hello, welcome to the stream. Hi, I cannot wait for this stream. Like, OMG, happy noises. Hello, Vanguard. Ivana was here, Song was here, Birdie was here. Hello, everybody. What's up? It's Halloween. Also, I have a cat, and he is also in costume today. So, yes, you are. Although it's backwards. There you go. I hope everybody's doing well. I know it's been a minute. It's always been a minute. Since I've been here, but hello. Let's see. Hello, Lyra Sims Gamer. Welcome in. Hello. I have a couple of different things that we could work on today. I love the hat. Thank you. I'm a mushroom. This is my last minute Halloween costume, honestly. I did not have any idea what I was gonna be, and then I was like, I have a mushroom hat. I can be a mushroom. Rach, hello, welcome in. Hi, Silly, hello. How are you guys doing today? Do we have any fun plans? Flavco, welcome in. Hi. Haven't caught one of your streams in so long, OMG. Rich, to be fair, I don't really go live that often. Like, I maybe go live like once a month. Maybe. But all the VODs, all the like videos of the live are in a playlist on my channel. Even if I like take it, like if I unlist it, it does exist in that playlist. So, Richie Blob, hi. Safes, I don't know how to say your name. S4VCE, hello, welcome in. Kate, hi. Hello, Charlie. Hi, guys. Why are you guys all a paperclip? What's that about? Is that just a coincidence that you guys are both paperclip, or is that a Halloween costume? This is my cat. Look, he's in costume too. If you guys know the anime, you know. Two clippies in chat, literally two clippies in chat. Look at him, he's so cute. Do you guys like my pumpkin, by the way? My pumpkin in the background. I carved him last night. Happy Halloween. It's all good. If you tell me how to say it, I will say it the right way. I promise I'll try at least. Hell yeah. I have a pumpkin back here. I have tarot cards. I could pull a card for you are. It's a protesting AI. Oh, really? That's awesome. I just saw on Twitter, like literally last night, a way to disable like the AI that YouTube is implementing on my channel. I've yet to try and do it because I literally saw it like 3 a.m. last night. But I'm gonna try and do that on my channel because I've kind of talked a little bit about I don't like the way that YouTube is implementing AI kind of without creators' consent on this platform. Perfect timing for stream. I'm so happy because I came home from the grocery shopping in a rough week because etc. Also happy Halloween. Hello, Vanguard. Welcome in. I'm sorry that it's been a rough week and I hope it gets better. You should make a video where you take those college kids to a Halloween party. Christina, I feel like it's a bit late. It would come out after Halloween now, but I definitely have recorded a video with them that I'm working on because somebody was like, I need to see more of them. So, Savshi, is that right? Savshay? Savshi. There's a disable AI setting for Pinterest now. Yeah, I was gonna try that too. I have to use Copilot at work. I need to figure out how to disable Copilot on this PC as well because I hadn't used my PC in like weeks. It was unplugged because we had a power outage and I just haven't like been on it. And then yeah, I was like, oh yeah, Copilot is now installed in my computer. And you know how I know that Copilot is in my computer? Because suddenly I'm out of disk space. And I spent a good hour last night trying to prep for this stream, just trying to delete stuff. I like uninstalling programs, uninstalling Git, and I don't even have that much like stuff. It's all just like OS. So I just needed a new drive, basically. But can someone explain the purple crowns next to the names in chat? It's like top chatter. So it says that you are a number 3 top fan. So my top fans are, it says, hang on, how do I go to it? It gives me like a list of you guys who are like, so it says it's Savshay, Vanguard, Abby Quiz, Katie, Rach Beans, Birdie Sequa. Sorry, it gives me a different name. It gives me like your actual like handles. Song is in there. Christina is in there. Anomalies Hunter is in there. Yeah, it gives me a whole list of you all. Um, yeah, it's annoying. It really is. Semi-related, but I've tried the AI disable on Pinterest and it made the website a bit more usable, but it's not perfect. But hey, I was just typing about this. Interesting. All my coworkers seem to be aggressively pro generative AI. People are really out of the loop, I feel like. Also, look, my mug matches my costume. How awesome is that? I feel very put together, even though this was literally a last minute costume. Have we talked about the elephant in the room? Are you referring to the sale of The Sims? Is that the elephant that you're referring to? I'm gonna be honest, Saltbull. I'm sorry for saying your name wrong. I have been really out of the Sims news loop, and so if there's more, I know there was a Lil Simsy left the Game Changers program, James Turner, a couple other people. I know about that. But if there's more, I literally don't know. I make it a point to just really not be in the loop about Sims news because I just don't like to do that. It doesn't feel great. Yes, a big fat one. I'll talk about it in a second. I have some thoughts about it I wanted to share with you all. I'm not sure what to eat for lunch. Any recommendations? Are you like what can you make for lunch? Like I'm partial to soup, but that's not like a quick like put it together. Something warm. I feel like it's Halloween, you know. I'm selling art and stickers at a vendor's fair tomorrow, and I have crafty gals against AI stickers. That's awesome. I have been to a couple craft fairs, and the AI situation is dire. Lyra Sims Gamer, I don't remember. I saw that you sent a message, but then like it said that you redacted it, which I think is just like a glitch with YouTube chat, so I'm not ignoring whatever you said. Your hat's so cute. Thank you. My dear friend made this for me. I was wondering what you thought about that. Yeah, I have a couple thoughts I will share. Too much hate has been centered on the Simmers and not EA as a whole. Wait, people are hating on the Simmers? Why? I'd love to ignore the elephant in the room for Halloween's sake. I think I do want to speak on it. I'm craving in DoorDash. I'm partial to spaghetti, but that's because I eat spaghetti twice a week. Spaghetti's a good one. Good comfort food. Mac and cheese. I made mashed potatoes and meatloaf this week. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the elephant. I had a little spiel that I was talking to myself in the car the other day, trying to put together my thoughts, and I kind of process out loud. And so I was talking to myself about this in the car because I knew I was going to do the stream, and I knew that I'd probably be asked about it, and I was like, I want to get my thoughts concisely kind of put together. It's I feel bad because it does seem like some people are really sorry, my mom just sent me a photo of an albino deer. Wow. That is cool. That's really cool. Wow. Wonder if I could show this to you all without doxing myself. Hang on. Just be careful when you're ready. People can be cruel. Are people hating people who were talking about this? Uh-oh. I didn't realize there was drama there. Look at that. How cool is that, huh? Okay, I feel pretty confident about what I'm gonna say. TBH, just waiting for Paralyzed because I'm not soul searching for a game like The Sims that doesn't immediately overstimulate me. Not gonna name drop, but a YouTuber has been shaming Simmers for not leaving the EA Creator Network fast enough. I've never been in the EA Creator Network, so I feel fine in that regard. I have a few thoughts about it, and I guess I'll just start talking and hope that I don't get dragged online for something stupid. Because the Sims community can be kind of like really drama for like not really great reasons. Some people have been criticized for making empty statements, meaning that they have been saying they are not going to change anything. Deer are such beautiful creatures, sometimes beautiful pests. Okay, my thoughts on the sale. So full disclaimer that I have not done a ton of research to um like the new owners of the franchise, right? Like I have not done a deep dive in that regard yet. I agree that this is a concerning sale. It is unprecedented, right? In the gaming industry. And I think that it is definitely concerning what I know about the whole thing, which admittedly is not a lot. I haven't been super like researching, keeping updated. I think generally, I think that The Sims as a franchise has been a really progressive franchise. You were able to get gay married before that was legal, and they're like literally we're implementing like trans friendly, non-binary friendly things during like Gamergate era of like 2016. Like I think that that is really cool, and I think that um the Sims has been kind of a beacon for progressive spaces in that way, and I think that that's really awesome. And obviously, there are things that The Sims can do better, right? They have certainly had some representation issues over the years. We've really had to ask for like skin tones or certain updates to, the gender system or pronouns or what have you, right? So there's things that they could obviously have improved faster, but I do think in general in the gaming sphere, it's been a very progressive game, and I think that that's awesome. And I think that it is understandable that this sale is a bit scary for a lot of people because of the kind of questions going around about what this means for it, right? I think it is really cool that so many big simmers have kind of organized themselves to leave the EA Game Changer program or whatever it's called now, the Creator Network, all at the same time. Happy Halloween! I love your outfit. Hello, Gaming Star. Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, so also, I'm gonna address what you said, Lyra. They will criticize you for being privileged enough. You don't have to educate yourself. Frankly, there are more important, concerning things going on that I am focusing on than The Sims getting sold. So that's how I feel in regards to that. Of like, I'm focusing on other like real life issues. Like, Snap is not like getting funding for next month. I happen to work in retail. Like, I'm focusing on like those real life things, right? Like I'm focusing on that stuff. That is why I kind of keep out of the loop of Sims news is cuz like honestly, like am I sad? Yeah. Like The Sims is one of my favoriteest things, but yeah, there's other shit I'm concerning myself with like as a queer person in the United States, like anyways, what I was saying is I think it is cool that so many big creators have organized themselves to leave the network on the same day. I think that that's awesome because that's like a form of basically organizing, and I don't think it would have been nearly as impactful if just one creator left, even if it was, say, the biggest creator. I think that multiple of them doing it all on the same day is really awesome, and I love that kind of solidarity, and I think we need more of that. I also think that people have like a really big, like, excuse my language, but like a hate boner for certain people. And I don't really get it because I do think that certain people have really been very active in this community as progressive people who are advocating for good things. And I think that like this is a great example of this is everybody kind of organizing too. I just threw that on the floor. Hang on. Just threw a tea bag on the ground. I missed the trash can. Um so yeah, I think that the kind of biggest creators in this community have been in what I've seen, and I've only seen a few people. I've seen like Lil Simsy, James Turner. I heard that Plumbella left. I didn't see her statement. Um, and I've also seen a lot of small creators like say that they're, going to diversify their content and start moving towards doing other things. And I think A lot of people might say that that's the bare minimum, right? And I certainly like have my own qualms with the Game Changer program. I've never been in the Game Changer program. I have been not a fan of The Sims, uh, and the kind of way that they've managed the game, selling the packs. I have felt that it is a bit exploitive of the consumer, and I felt that way for a while, and there's a reason why. I've never been in the program. I don't have a code. I've never had a code. And I also have always tried to be really critical of this game and the things that this company is doing on this channel. And I think if you've watched me, you've seen that, right? And if you haven't watched me, like a good video to watch is my video on Inzoi. I line out a lot of my issues with Inzoi in that video, but I also talk about a lot of what is wrong with like The Sims and the things that I don't like about that. So what else was I gonna say regarding this? So people might say that like these simmers leaving the Game Changer program is kind of the bare minimum. I think we have to keep in mind that this is like financially impactful to people, and I think that that is commendable that people in such a tumultuous time where it is really hard to get a job, even if you're getting like a retail or a fast food job, it is difficult. Trust me, it's hard out there. My hours have been cut significantly, right? If I was a full-time YouTuber, which I'm not, this is a hobby for me, it would be scary to cut off like a part of my income and then also pivot my content because the YouTube algorithm really punishes you for doing anything outside of your niche. I did a Sims baking video and it like tanked, even though it was Sims adjacent still. I've been wanting to diversify my content for a while, and I think that this is a great opportunity for me to do so since other people are kind of doing it. I was already in the works, making like a Animal Crossing video before all of this happened with New Leaf, and so that's going to be coming out with the Animal Crossing update. I might be playing New Horizons on this channel a bit, but I also just want to play other things. I'm very excited for Paralyzed. It's an indie game. I want to support indie developers. And just other life sims in general, but I also am not going to stop playing The Sims. I might not be buying things in the future, depending on how things go, but I refuse to let this franchise, which is so near and dear to me, become this symbol of, like, this sale. The Sims franchise has been beloved in our hearts, since before even EA was involved, right? And I think that there are ways to play this game without supporting the new company or the new, I don't even know if it's referred to as a company, honestly, like because it's a private sale. I guess it's a company. So in that regard, like there are ways to do so, and I may be doing those ways. If we all catch, you know. The worst part to the drama to me is the whataboutism that's happening. Like, no ethical consumption under capitalism, and you have a smartphone and a car, blah, blah. And I think that sucks, because, and I addressed this in my Inzoi video too, and I really, if, like, you are confused about anything that I've said here, implore you to please watch that video, because I think I really tried to put my thoughts together very well in that video, and it's about Inzoi, but it's about the gaming industry as a whole, right? Like I used Inzoi as an excuse to talk about a lot of these other things. And actually, I don't think I addressed this in the video. I think I did this in the comment section, but I think that it is important as a progressive person to really dedicate yourself to a few causes. If you try and tackle everything, you're going to get nothing done. And in my case, there are certain things that I've spoken about on this channel and been really active about, and that's because I felt particularly called to be, you know, visible with those causes and to support those causes. And if I focused on everything, nothing would happen, you know? Like, if I came on here every video and I said, guys, blah, blah, blah is happening, I need you to donate, or I need you to do this, I call to action this way, you know, everybody would be fatigued with that and nothing would get done. And I think that focusing on the things that you feel most able and, like, called to do, will be the most productive in the long term. And I think if everybody focused on just like a handful of like key things that they really want to advocate for, that more would get done. I've done a couple of these on my channel, like Palestine, obviously. I've talked about AI a lot on my channel, and other things certainly, like I've mentioned along the way. But yes, so the whataboutism is just really transparent in its goal to just like undermine this idea of like speaking up against something. I think that no ethical consumption under capitalism is not an excuse to just be complacent in it all. And if you're using that as an excuse to be complacent in all of it, like literally all of it, then frankly, I just think that you're lazy and you care more about virtue signaling and like how something looks than actually materially improving anybody's conditions. Yes, I'm gonna make Animal Crossing content. I won't be buying any more packs once the sale's finalized, but I'm gonna play what I have. I'm for now just super sad about it all, so I'm currently not playing, but when if I go back, I won't buy any new stuff. I will play offline. I agree with you, so many causes give me cause fatigue. I think it's important to do what we can. Yes, because I think checking out is the worst thing that you can do right now. Anyways. Does that make sense? I'm sorry to do like a big long rant. It did feel important to address because I know that this has been on people's minds. I will be honest, like I said, have been out of the loop. I have more important things to worry about than the Sims sale at the moment. There's been things happening in my own community that I've been focused on. Hey, like, you're happy to see you live today. Hello, Prixie, welcome in. So if there's anything I haven't addressed, it's just simply that I don't know yet. And if I, learn more, I will say more. I always will. I feel like I've tried to be very upfront on this channel, and I think anybody who's been here will understand that, and recognize that. I think it's important to address. I think so too. And I'm sorry for those of you who were like, oh, this is a bummer, I don't want to talk about this. I get it, but also I'm not the type of channel who's like apolitical, not going to mention things, I think that it's important for my community that I address it. Yes, our prices are so high we can barely afford to eat. Yes. Yes. And, lots of other stuff, right? Like, what's crazy is if I went on to list it all, it would just go on forever and ever and ever. There's so much happening, and it's such a scary time for everybody. So, hope things have been on an upward trend in other parts of your life. Thank you, I appreciate that. Way, hello, welcome in. I'm excited. I'm gonna see a hockey game tonight. Oh, I was messing with my camera. Oh, and I was gonna put a little light in my pumpkin. Hang on. Wait a second. There you go. There we go. I went through that whole rant and my pumpkin wasn't even lit up. What the heck? Okay. Right. To move on, which if you guys certainly have thoughts, go ahead. We can chat about it more. But, I have a few things that we could work on today. We're gonna be working on, quote, Halloween lore. I had a few save file lore tidbits that we could work through. So, we have our kids club of like ghost hunters that we could work on. We have a couple different kid sims in the save. We can make a club with them. There's the watchtower. I don't know if you guys remember that. Let me see if I could get you over there. Basically, we're going to have a lore-y story with like this kind of hermit who lived alone in this watchtower on the secret lot. I think it's Sylvan Glade is what it's called. Is that the Willow Creek one? And then I was almost thinking like that could be like a love story like Firewatch, and it's told through like these journal entries, right? We can make this sim, and then we can make their ghost and like make it like a haunted Firewatch tower thing. Thoughts on Adventure Awaits? I haven't bought it yet. So I don't know. I haven't watched really any videos on it. I have no idea what's in Adventure Awaits because I haven't bought it and I haven't watched any content about it. I know there's playgrounds. I know that's all I know. There's playgrounds and the world is Australia inspired, correct? Or no, New Zealand. I don't know. People are gonna get mad at me for that one. Okay. Let's see if I can get over to Sylvan Glade view so I can show you guys. Oh, this is a fun one. I typically don't play occults. Yeah, we could do that. Or we could work on the missing person, Gwen, or Gwen Stacy. We could work on that lore with this sim. She's not gonna show up. There she is. Kids Club would be cool. Should I do a poll? I think that the kids lore is gonna be kind of connected to, I think honestly all the options I just gave are gonna be connected, to be honest, because I think that this secret world is like a really great like spot for a lot of this lore to be kind of like buried. It would be fun. Yes to the kid lore. Okay, we can work on that. There's Tucker. Hi, Tucker. What's up? Okay, can you hurry? Water. Wait. Stop doing that. At what point does it let us through? Okay. Compliment on leaves. Where are you going? Where are you going? Go compliment the leaves on the tree. All my sims are in the background. Kid lore. Okay, wait. Let me do a poll really quick. Their poll. Option. Kids Club. Oh, is he in there? No, he didn't. He ran away. Can you go chat about roots? Missing sim. Watch tower ghost. What lore? Okay. There should be a poll in the chat now. I've never done a poll before. I'm scared. I'm not against the tree, but I'm kind of over how every stupid event they have involves a tree for something. This is like the OG tree in Willow Creek. I added my new crest town to be inspired by my cats. It's been a lot of fun. Wait, that's cool. Oh my god, it's glowing. Okay, wait. Travel to Sylvan Glade, please. Oh my god. Oh, the missing sim one is winning. Everybody kept saying Kids Club in the chat, but missing sim is winning. Okay, will you go? Birdie, please. Oh my goodness. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with New Crest. I think after I finish Willow Creek, I'm honestly gonna take a break from making Sims, like, saves. I love making it, but there's so many other things I want to do with my channel, and I just can't do it all at once. I wish I could. I'm not an organized human. So here is our, Fire Watchtower. Lurkers have chose missing. Yes, they really have. So there's like journal entries in here. There's like spots to hide little photos. This is a book that will have memories in it. There's a book in here that had lore about my star-crossed lover sims, and honestly, it might have gotten deleted during one of my like updates, which I'll just go through and add that back in at some point. What's your gallery ID? I don't have a gallery ID. Missing sim. Well, I do. It's just I don't post on the gallery. because I use CC, and then my gallery ID is like different from my user, so I don't like post it. Missing Sims gave me Night in the Woods vibe, but I also kind of just clicked something to get the pull-up chat. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry. Happy Halloween, I love your cut hat. Thank you, Sizoth. I appreciate that. I'm a mushroom today. I vibe with all the options, not gonna lie. It gave me Pretty Little Liars vibes. As the #1 fan of the lighthouse on this earth, I love our landlocked brethren in the pointy, lonely tower club. Yeah, he's looking at, his job is to look at the mountains and make sure there's no fires. I would, honestly, I think that job would be so sick. Uh-oh, you're missing all your photos. I'll have to go through and fix all of that later, so ignore all the glitches in the save. I have a lot of work to do, I'll be honest. So we could work on the sim for this one. Let's go to... Ooh, is that gonna glitch? I should probably have you travel home so you don't glitch. I feel like Birdie will glitch. Okay. Missing Sim seems to be winning. The Kids Club seems to be second. We can kind of try and do both today. Well, I don't know how far we're gonna get, I'll be honest. I tend to be kind of slow at these sorts of things, but I'll try. I'll try. I'm gonna end the poll. Okay, so our missing sim. Let me find her. She's Gwen Stacy is her placeholder name. Let me do cast dot poll edit mode. And I'm gonna pull her up in CAS for now. I kind of wanted to base her disappearance on like folklore. Perhaps like folklore surrounding like Halloween in some type of way. I'm gonna have to change some of her stuff though, because she needs less CC on her, because right now I put as much CC on her as I wanted to because she was in just like in photos. So I'm gonna adjust her outfits to have a little bit of less CC. What am I looking for? I don't like that. That makes her look like much older than she is. That's cute. I kind of just want like a middle part, longer hair moment. Something like that. The lazy trait, bodybuilder, aspiration is funny combo. You know, those are placeholder. We're gonna work on that in a second. Those are not her actual trait. Although that would be really funny if she was just like a lazy bodybuilder. I haven't seen any of these. Wait, I might do this hair. Yeah, let's do this hair. I have to get rid of her hairline though, because that is doing her really dirty. Right. Okay. I just gotta figure out where the hairline is. Hello? Girl, what? Crystal Creations have a hair with a middle part. I think I like this. I think I did settle on this. She's so gorgeous. I know, isn't she? It's kind of crazy. Right. Well, if I delete all of them, it's gonna delete all of them. It's eye shapes. I don't see the hairline. Shape overlays. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. And then I'm gonna work on her clothes because I think that we can probably style her pretty similar. Okay. So, wish there was a way to sort this. There is. Purchased. There we go. What's her ethnical background? I've never seen it spelled like or said that way. She's Middle Eastern. I forget exactly what I could probably dig up my notes about her. She might be Moroccan, actually. I know I have... No. I think that maybe was a different sim. I liked her outfit before. It was CC. That's why I'm changing it. I'm changing it to something that wasn't custom content. Okay, so I'm looking for like cute, like purples, dark colors, maybe like something like this, and we can layer. I think the Love Struck jacket will have a similar vibe to what she had before. Okay, wait, let me look for it. This guy? I don't love it, I'll be honest, but thanks for the suggestion. It is, oh, this one. This one does. Okay, I like this one. I feel like I have a sim that's wearing this one though already, but oh well. They can wear the same thing, why not? They can match. Okay, what happened to my content purchased? Not custom content, purchased. There we go. Yeah, I have notes on everybody somewhere. And by somewhere, I mean scattered amongst several journals, and a lot of my information about them is in the videos, to be honest, and I need to like go through and watch all of my own videos so that I can remember the lore that I did about everybody. Yeah, so I forget everything about the sim. I know that she's missing in the save, and I want it to be one of those things where like it seems like it's like a ghost story based on some like folklore or whatever, and then actually she's just like in a different town. Like once I get to a different town, like you'll be like, oh, there she is. I want it to be like, oh, big theory, like Bella Goth, like aliens, whatever, and then I have a second world and she's just like moved, and it's just like the kids in the town have like really overactive imaginations, or like maybe there is something supernatural, like maybe it's a doppelganger or something like that, you know, right? Like, but I don't want her to be like actually like gone. Like I want there to be a version of her. I kind of like this. Um, that's cute. Um, remember once you said you jot notes down on receipts, and I think about that like 8% of the time I get receipts. That's so funny, and it's such a specific number, 8% of the time. It's so funny. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know. I'm bad at keeping track of stuff. Definitely when I start the next world, I'm gonna be way more organized than I've been for this world. I will be honest. I recognize that my methods are not good ones. They're just, you know, they're the methods that I have access to in my in my little brain. So I think we're gonna do these shoes. I kind of like the little painted on stuff. Although maybe I do just like some black boots. Maybe chunkier. Okay, thoughts, opinions. Do we like this? Is she cute? Sometimes the creative process is just about what gets you to the end goal. Exactly, Tonya. Like it's just whatever. Would you consider making a custom world for Paralives? Absolutely, I would do that. We can do that. That's awesome. I don't know a lot about the Paralives stuff either, and I really want to know so bad. Like, I would love, 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 love. I don't know if Paralives is doing early access, but I would love to get a hold of that if that's a thing for like creators. But I think that the December 8th is like the early access, like general release, right? I'm so excited. I will probably be doing like a video like right around then. What about nail polish? Oh my god, you're so right. On Paralives. And I'm hoping to get the save file done like right around then too. I really wanted it done by the end of fall, and it's not gonna work out. It's just really not. I feel like she would have Long, but not too long. Yeah, I like these. She somehow plays instruments with long nails, and she's just that cool that she can. I think she's lacking a touch of color. Okay, wait. Um, let's see.
Ooh.
I don't really like the bright red. It's the right vibe, but I don't want it to be just like plain red. I kind of like this
Uh-huh.
a bit. I could also just put her in like a different type of top. Let's see. Let's look around. Maybe this guy? This doesn't really have the colors I want. Also, the layering there is strange. In what world would that be how you decide to layer that? Who knows? Or you know what we could do? We could do a CC undershirt. I know I said I was moving away from CC for her, which I definitely am, but I've already used a couple undershirts in my save, and so it's already gonna be like in there. So, okay, that's not what I thought it was. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Or does this look like dumb? Well, I don't like any of those, respectfully. Uh, is this completely stupid? Do you have a Twitch? No, I don't, Star. I can see that outfit fitting with her traits. Her traits are, uh, work in progress.
Hmm.
Max's colors are a pain. Yeah, that's true. That's true, May. Really want Paralyzed to be good, even if it's just early access. I hope the gameplay isn't bare bones. Regardless of how the gameplay is, I still think that I will be supporting the game just because it's an indie dev, and I recognize that like life sims have so much that needs to go into them. Like obviously, if it's like hot garbage, I'm not gonna support it. But like if it's a game that I feel like has growth potential, I'm going to try and support it the best I can because it's an indie developer and I think that's really cool. And the only way that we get a good competitor to The Sims is if um we support another game while it's kind of getting started up because live sims are hard, guys. Like they're really difficult. I can see that outfit fitting with her traits. I saw some of the like weird furniture that I was made for fun, like a mouth-shaped fireplace and a hairy leg lamp. They're having so much fun. That's so cool. I love their love struck rides are definitely something. Again, it lets us choose how we layer clothes will make me happy. Yes. I feel like this looks frankly kind of dumb. Oh, I didn't mean to delete her nails. There we go. Let's find a different shirt. See, I like that, but it's not got the color that we were wanting. Let's see. There has to be something in here. I have so much. It'd be crazy if there was nothing.
Hmm.
Grunge kit, or is that not their vibe? I love your hat. Thank you, Idatheon. Um, I think Birdie, that would be her vibe. I just don't.
Ah.
We could do like that. Frankly, I want her vibe to be like a little bit more casual layered than like a freaking corset. But if we have to, we have to. You know what I mean? That's a crazy shirt. What about this guy? Do we have any good swatches here? No. Why would we? Why would we have good swatches anywhere? Why would anything be what I want it to be? Truly. Okay. Right. Oh, this is getting frustrating. Okay, wait. Maybe something like this? Okay, thoughts. It's a different vibe. But I actually kind of like this. It's more like casual. I think that I like maybe that swatch. I think it's gonna be pretty simple gameplay wise, like in live mode, but I just love the attention they pay to details. Yes, I think it has room to grow. From what I've seen, which is admittedly not the most. I've seen like the trailers and I've seen like a few overviews, but I haven't seen anything recent. Like in build mode and the animations from what they've shown us. We desperately need a color roll. Do you have any cults in your save? Not really. I don't. I want to put a ghost in. A few ghosts. I think that the occults will mainly be in other worlds. It's fitting. I like it. Maybe with a necklace. Upset that jacket when Cats and Dogs came out. What about the see-through crochet sweater from a grunge revival? Grunge revival. This one? Ooh. Wait. You're onto it. You're like right on the money. Okay, wait, what about this instead? And then what if we do that jacket I just had for her cold weather? Hang on. And I keep going back until I find the jacket again. OMG, yes. The stripes. Okay, the stripes. We'll do the stripes. Hang on. I'm gonna put this jacket on her for her cold weather. And I'm also gonna put these pants on her for the cold weather while I'm here. May as well. This can be her cold weather outfit. Did it save? It did. Okay. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to say. Sometimes you're like, oh, go over here. And then it just literally doesn't do that. It's so cool. Okay, wait. So we like the stripes? We like the black or the purple? Because I kind of like this one with the gray. Like the bluish gray. Sorry. At The Sims 4, I'm hoping they just spend all their time making the framework as strong as possible. The Sims 4 suffers from every feature feeling like it's tacked on in an afterthought. Yeah, exactly. I think that spending more time on, like, some, like... Sorry, I'm not gonna be able to open this, am I? Embarrassing. Embarrassing. What the heck? The gray fits the color scheme the best. I love reusing clothing for the different categories. Like, no one has that many different shoes. Real. I prefer purple. Both work. Okay, purple stripe. Purple stripe it is. Sorry, I didn't eat breakfast, so I'm having a smoothie. Okay. Hey, yo, sheepy. Sorry, my cat is next to me. I startled him by accident. Okay. I'm also gonna copy over her makeup. I wish you could copy over, like, the entirety. You know what I mean? That would be really nice. Instead you kind of have to do it, like, individual, which is a bit annoying. And then her piercings as well. And then her eyeliner, it looks like. Eyeliner. There we go. And then somebody said necklace for this outfit. I agree. We're not going to do all our outfits. I just wanted to get like a basic like one in there, and then, you know, while I'm here, may as well. Maybe I'll give her like a cute like spider. I kind of like the green spider. Is that a bit much? I feel like that's kind of sick. Am I just being Halloween pilled today? I might be. I might just be Halloween pilled. I might do that one. I like that. Unless I'm crazy and everyone's like, I hate that. What's a pack you'd recommend? Unpopular opinion probably. Get Together is great. I love Get Together. I use the club system all the time. I think it's a lot of fun. Windenburg is beautiful. It's our biggest world. There's a lot of like clubbing gameplay, so if you like young adult gameplay, it's really good for that. I like the older packs. The newer packs feel really empty to me, I'll be honest. I use that one all the time. If someone made a mod that let us auto-select what parts of our sim we want to copy over to the other outfit, that would make it so much easier. Yes. Purple's more Halloween-y. That's fine. I like Halloween. I love Get Together. I use that one all the time. Yeah, I love Get Together. Certain people will say stuff about like, ooh, the early packs were so bad. I don't know what they're talking about because I think that the early packs were actually way better than the newer packs. Like, Get to Work. Think about all the things we got in Get to Work. That's another pack I will always recommend. Like, yeah, the assets were like blocky and like grainy and like bad. But I think I would prefer a game that looks uglier that's a better experience to play. Like, I just would. I just do. Like, I don't know. And this isn't to say The Sims 2 is ugly, because I think it's actually like a really cute game that has a lot of character. But like that is the reason why like I will binge play The Sims 2, and like mainly I play The Sims 4 for like a few hours, or I mainly like build in this game or like create things for this channel. I do play this game a lot, admittedly. I play it the most out of every game just because of the ease of playing it. The Sims 2, if I'm playing it, I kind of have to lock in so that my Sims don't die. But yeah, I love older games. I wish The Sims 3 was easier to run on this computer, because I would play so much Sims 3 on this channel, but every time I play it, it's a whole production to get it to like actually run and like work, unfortunately. So yeah, I want to play more older games on this channel. I really do. But I'm trying to get this save file done first. I'll be honest. Mystical. Ooh. Wait, I'm gonna make her mystical. Okay, she's mystical. Maybe she's into tarot. Maybe she's like me and she's into tarot. I was gonna pull cards for people, and then I haven't done this at all this whole stream. Does anyone want a card pulled? Early packs had more content. The problem is that a lot of the cast and build items are really ugly, while the new packs have the opposite. Exactly, Tonio. And I think that people who prioritize the aesthetics, in my opinion, wrong priorities. In terms of where we are on the game now, the priorities are backwards. We need to switch them back. We have so many cute assets in this game. I could do without cute, like, I would rather have a pack. I lie, I don't want a pack. I would rather have a free update that just has, like, fixes the gameplay shit than any new item. And I saw that they released that statement in response to all the, like, game changers leaving, being like, we're adding a bunch of new stuff. I'm like, girl, read the room. That's not what we want. We want you to fix the freaking game. Yes? Okay, wait. I'm gonna pull one for you. The mystical tray is such a letdown, honestly. Well, you know. You got the Five of Cups, which Five of Cups is about loss, regret, grief, feeling abandoned or unloved. Sorry, Tarot will read your ass. I apologize if that was too on the nose. That's your card. Alex, I'll pull one for you. I'm having fun. I love Halloween. Sorry. Ouch, I'm sorry. Pretty fair. Okay. Alright, a card for Alex. Brindleton Bay is my favorite world, yeah. Oh my god. Alright, well. I dropped them all. Okay, your card is Six of Cups, upright. which is about nostalgia, gifts, innocence, and reunions. Sorry, I would do like full readings, but I can't in this setting. You read tarot? That's so cool. I do, yes. I'm not very good at it though. I've been reading tarot for like 10 years and I'm really not good at it. I'm really bad at like anything that's like involving intuition or like memorizing. I have a general vibe of a lot of the cards memorized now, but I do have a cheat sheet up so that I could not lie to you all about what something means. I don't know how this works, but please pull one for me. I'll pull one for you, Charlie. Need the deck. OMG, it's so cute. It's the Kitten Tarot. I don't know who the creator is. I found this at like a secondhand shop. So I don't even know. Like this could be also like a counterfeit deck and I wouldn't know because I bought it from like a vendor at like one of those like pop-up shop thingies. Kitten deck. It's on Etsy. I have no clue. Looking at where it ships from did not help me. Okay, Charlie, I'm gonna pull one for you. You got this Ace of Wands, which wands are cool. This basically about like new beginnings, new projects. Aces are like beginnings, they're the first card, so they're about like starts. And wands are kind of about like creative endeavors, so probably like a new project or being inspired about something. Kind of urging you to create. Who else wanted a card? Anna, I'll get you a card. Oh, that one kind of flew at me. Oh, there's two. Hang on. Well, you get two cards. They both came out. So you get the Hermit, which is about obviously like major arcana. The Hermit is about kind of like a personal quest or looking inward, seclusion, but kind of like this internal dialogue. And then King of Pentacles was the other one, which pentacles are about the material. So they're both upright. A good kind of leader figure, like strong, practical. It's material, so it could be financial, it could be other kind of material things. I like a card too. Okay. Two more cards and then we're getting back to play the game. uh I just joined. What we doing? We're making a sim, a missing sim. I'm gonna use some like folklore to kind of come up with like a reason that the sim is missing, but like she's not actually missing. But the kids in the save have like an overactive imagination and they think that she's gone. Maybe she is, and maybe the sim that is in the save is a doppelganger. Who knows? I have to figure that out. I love the art on them. I love the art. Okay, I'm pulling for Joe Taylor. Okay. You got our first reversal of the stream. You got Nine of Swords upside down, which is actually not bad because Nine of Swords upright is kind of one of the worst cards you can get in the deck. So the upright position is about like anxiety, nightmares, like things not really coming to fruition. It being reversed usually means like opposite of that. Let me Google search the reversal because that is one that I actually don't really know very well. So yeah, it can mean like the anxiety is getting better, it's receding, it's lessening. So that's good. I often get the Hermit whenever I pull myself, so very accurate. That's funny. That's really funny. I have a card that I always pull too. Okay, so May, for you, I got Ten of Pentacles, which once again, Pentacles are kind of material, leaving a legacy, kind of reaping like the benefits of what you sow, right? Like it's the last of the tens, or like the last, so they're kind of on the end of the story arc. So that could be like finishing a project, retiring, moving on to new endeavors, inheritance, that kind of thing. Okay, no more cards. We're gonna play more. I was gonna pull cards for you. I'm actually an artist, so it makes sense. Yeah, I love cards. I have so many decks. I'll show you my new deck. I haven't played with this at all. I got this yesterday. I got this as a reward for going to the dentist because I have a phobia of the dentist. I went to the dentist by myself for like a 5-minute appointment, by the way. They needed to put like, I have like a cavity that they can't do a filling for because that tooth already like broke. And so they're just putting like a paste on it that like kills the cavity basically. But so I had like 3 appointments where I just like went, sat in the chair, and they go boop boop boop, okay, you're gonna leave. And I went to one by myself. And so I was like, for that I deserve a deck. So I got the Pocket Archetypes deck, which is by Kim Kranz, and I have the Wild Unknown. The Wild Unknown was my first deck. Let me show you guys my Wild Unknown deck. Let's go full screen while I talk about this. This was my first deck. I got it like about 10 years ago now. My mom bought the deck for me. It was a gift. And here's the card I pull all the time, by the way. Talking about the Son of Pentacles in this deck specifically. I don't pull that card all the time in other decks. It's only this deck. But this deck was my first deck. It's beautiful. I don't really read with it very often anymore, but whenever I like need a deck that's gonna kick my ass, pull this deck out. But so this deck is like an oracle essentially that goes kind of with that can go with this deck. It can also go with any deck, but since I have the Wild Unknown, it's kind of cool because the archetypes, which, like I said, I haven't done a singular reading. I got it yesterday, and I need to like sit and like learn some of these. I feel like it's gonna be a bit difficult though, because there's 78 cards in here, and they're all like different archetypes. So we have like certain things in mythology that are like common folktale type things. So like the venom is like a archetype of like a story device, or the one as an archetype, right? Like the chosen one. Or we have, I don't like that one, sorry. The shapeshifter, the king, the vow, like a vow you take, the thread. So there's like, it's separated up into like, there's archetypes, and then there's like objects, and then there's like places, and then the last like 10 are like these really big concepts. So they're like, this is like apocalypses, so like apocalypse, right? Like and they're circles. Isn't that so interesting? So we're pulling tarot cards right now. Yeah, I was pulling tarot cards and showing off my new deck. I haven't read with this deck at all, but I'm very excited. This is like an oracle tarot mix up. It's 78 cards, and it just says deck and guidebook, but this is more of like an oracle, I think. But I need to learn how to read with these. I just got these yesterday, and I'm so excited. This is like the first time I've had like an oracle, really. Like I have so I'm just showing my cards now. I have these aren't even all. I have a tattoo deck too. But here's my other cards, LOL. I have a Rider-Waite in this really beat up box, because of course I do. Which I don't have all of the cards in here. I use some of the other cards for other things, but the burden of change. The burden of change. Anyways, I love my Rider-Waite though. I have my Rider Waite, and then I have Weird Cat, which my boyfriend got me. So I love this deck. I read with this deck a lot, honestly. It's a really fun deck. Like, I like my cat decks, obviously. Like, these ones are cute. Of course, like, it's a really cute deck. And then, my only other Oracle is this, like, Moonology one, which I got when I was pretty young. I don't know if I would get this deck now. Maybe I would. I feel like there's this thing with Oracle cards that they, like, kind of just are, like, affirmational cards almost, and I don't really love that. Like, I definitely prefer when my decks have, like, negative meanings, too. And this deck is just, like, a really affirmational deck, where it's just like, oh, confidence is the key to success, and it's like, what does that mean? Balance, spirituality, and practicality. Like, I don't know. Not to hate on this deck. Sorry, deck. Apologies. Yeah. I like when my decks are, like, more oracle than less, like, affirmational. Anyways. Back to the game. Everyone's probably like, okay, stop talking about tarot. When my mom was younger, my grandma did tarot reading for her. She got a card related to death, and the day my mom almost died because of overdose. That's not good. And many more stories about my grandma being a witch. Yeah. Yeah. People get scared of the death card. The death card doesn't necessarily mean death. It means, like, endings, right? Like, generally. Like, I think that to understand tarot, you have to understand that a lot of these things are, like, metaphorical, kind of, or, like, symbolic. Self-assured slash hot-headed. We're gonna go self-assured. And then, because I do agree with that. Music lover. She's musically inclined. If this was a Sims 3, I would give her virtuoso. Like, she's just really good at it. Okay. So she's mystical, self-assured, music lover, and then she was a fairy. Okay. What? I almost want her, like, thingy to be, like, about running away. Esteemed entrepreneur, friend of the world, party animal, leader of the pack, neighborhood confidant, joke star, good vampire, inner peace, love, nature, country caretaker, crystal crafter, eco innovator, jungle explorer, curator, nature nomad.
Ooh.
I don't think so. Writer would be cool, always scribbling in a journal or something. I think she's in a band. So she's a musician for sure. But maybe she could also be a writer. I wish there was a I want to be alone aspiration for real. Like, actual. Like, a skip town aspiration is really what I need. Because I have so many Sims where their goal is to just take off and never come back. Can't imagine having my lifetime aspiration be a good renting tenant. Okay, I wasn't to date a lord. That's okay. You don't have to be. She could be a werewolf. I could, I guess, make her supernatural. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe she is a supernatural sim. Should she be a werewolf or a vampire? And then perhaps there's a version of her that's, like, also a ghost. Like, she died. I want the alone aspiration IRL. Same. Feel that. So hard. Yeah, the aspirations really are. It is a dire situation. Um, I did talk about that. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. The EA deal question. Um, my apologies. I don't know how to say your name. I did a big long spiel about it at the beginning of stream. You should be able to like zoom back and like watch it. Um, werewolf. Okay, we'll make her a werewolf. So hopefully you can do that. I think you should be able to. If not, like the video for the stream will be up in my like lives playlist category or just like on my channel. Yeah, I had like a lot of different thoughts about it, and I hope that my thoughts made sense. I've said a lot, and I hope that it like explained my thoughts. I hope I just didn't say a lot with no like I don't know. But TLDR is I will be using this as an opportunity to do more variety on my channel. I have wanted to do more variety on my channel since before any of this. I was working on an Animal Crossing video before any of this came out. I was trying to kind of dip my toes into doing other kind of content, even Sims related, but kind of not, like my architecture deep dives. Like that was an excuse to like do a Sims video on the channel where I'm deep diving about something that's like kind of not about the Sims, right? I'm talking about architecture and like art theory and like remember to like the stream, folks. Oh, gee, it's silly. Hello, Leone. Welcome in. Small Frigid, love your name. I feel like both lonelier connotations, but werewolves give me the running from society impression. Yeah, that's true. Saying hello, I need to sleep because I have to work tomorrow. Hello, welcome in. Good night. Have a good one, Leone. Is Small Fridge, is that how you say your name? I, I've seen you. I've seen you on here. I've seen you on here, Leone. Okay, what was I saying? Okay. I should probably do her likes and dislikes. Right. Music.
Huh.
Okay, I like how there's violin. Is there guitar? She plays like guitar. Yes, guitar.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, okay, cool. Good to know. Because, yeah, sometimes YouTube chat will, like, translate for me, and sometimes it won't, and it didn't. And yeah, I can't read Cyrillic. I wish I could, but unfortunately, I am not very talented. Okay. I guess I could have her like writing. That's allowed. And then maybe she does like natural living as well. Perhaps. And then she likes the color purple and black. And then I think that she maybe hates small talk and likes, and she hates gossip. She likes talking about her hobbies though. Band pack would have been awesome to have for this one. I've been saying that. I have been saying that. I am #1 band asker. I'm here. I'm asking for bands. Still, please, Sims, if we could get one thing before anything goes to shit, everything goes to shit, could it please just be bans? It's like they're purposefully hating me. It's like they have something against me in particular. Good night, Celine chat. Good night, Leonie. Joe, I have had textbooks in my possession from my local library for months about American craftsman style homes, and I've done some research. I've began building a craftsman home. The architecture videos just take a really long time, and self-admittedly, I have not been very motivated to work on YouTube. You can probably tell by my upload history, but yeah, I haven't been the most motivated to work on it. I'll be honest. So, I've had some other videos that I've been trying to get out for you guys sooner. I think my issue is partially I try and do like 5 videos at once, and then I don't make like I don't finish any of them because I'm working on so many, and then I feel overwhelmed, and then I stop working on videos. And then I come back to it, and all the videos are like weeks old, and so then I delete them and I start over, and I kind of end up, I've noticed in this cycle where I do that, and I need to figure out a way not to do that and to be able to just like upload old stuff for you. My Animal Crossing video is gonna be weird because it's gonna be like you will know when it was filmed because it has all the dates and times in there. So, all well. um, Rihanna would be kind of funny because she's a musician, a popular name in Morocco. Okay, maybe I'll do that. I don't know if she was for sure Moroccan. I can see if I can dig up the notes I have on her because I think maybe I was thinking of Shiloh, which is a different sim in my save. Fan of your architecture deep dive stuff, looking for new content on other games. Yes, I will definitely be doing other. I'm gonna do Animal Crossing. I'm probably gonna do the new Animal Crossing update. I'm probably gonna do older Sims games. In general, like I would really love if I could do non-gaming content on this channel, but I just don't. I don't know if that will work, just because I feel like that's so outside my niche. But I do have my second channel, which is linked on my page, where I talk about like books and supposedly other things there. It's only been a book channel so far, but you know, I'm gonna do other content on there as well. What am I trying to do right now? I was trying to find my notes on her. Okay, wait. Where would these notes be? Maybe in this notebook? I have a Sims YouTube notebook here. Looking forward to Paralyzed. Will we post Yes, I will post videos on Paralyzed for sure. I'm gonna be talking about Paralyzed a lot. I think that supporting small, like indie dev teams is really, really important. And I think that, it is a priority for me on this channel to support small dev teams. So I'm definitely going to be playing Paralives on this channel for sure. It is important to me to support them. And it is especially important to me to support competitors to The Sims that are not, you know, glazing AI or, sorry, I'm looking through this notebook to see if I have notes about her. I don't. I have notes about the Atias. I have notes about Tucker's family. I have notes about Enzoy in here. I have quotes from you guys in here. Stuff that you guys told me to read. Penance, which I did read. Tucker. Him. Devin. I have notes about Devin. Owen and Taz. Oh, that's my college besties gameplay that I have notes about. I have mods in here. I have everything but this sim, practically. Not really, but I have lots of things. I have the hockey group. My mid-century modern ideas about my split level deep dive. All right, well, I don't think I have it. I feel like you probably talked about this, but I've forgotten. Are you looking for? I already read that. Go me. Okay, wait. I do have my wheel as well. Do we want to name her something, or do we want to spin the wheel? I think perhaps, werewolf folklore. Okay, I'm gonna read about werewolf folklore, and then I might name her something fitting. In folklore, a werewolf, or occasionally, I can't say that, lycanthrope, wolf human, is an individual who can shapeshift into a wolf or a hybrid wolf human-like creature, either voluntarily or involuntarily due to a curse or other affliction. In modern fiction especially, film transformations are depicted as triggered by a full moon and transmitted by a bite or scratch from another werewolf. Early sources or belief in this ability or affliction, called lycanthropy or Petronius. I'm probably saying all this wrong, sorry. The werewolf is a widespread concept in European folklore, existing in many variants, which are related by a common development of a Christian interpretation of underlying European folklore developed during the Middle Ages. From the early modern period, werewolves' beliefs spread to the Western Hemisphere with colonialism. Belief in werewolf developed parallel to belief in witches during the late Middle Ages and early modern period. Like the witchcraft trials as a whole, the trial of supposed werewolves emerged in what is now Switzerland. Wait, really? That's crazy. I did not know that. The persecution of werewolves and the associated folklore is an integral part of the witch hunt phenomena, albeit a marginal one, with accusations of lycanthropy. I should really learn how to say that. Being involved in only a small fraction of witchcraft trials during an early period, accusations of transformation into wolf were mixed with accusations of wolf riding or wolf charming. In the case of Peter Stump, 1589 led to a significant peak in both the interest in and persecution of supposed werewolves. Primarily in French-speaking and German-speaking Europe, the phenomenon persisted longest in Bavaria and Austria, with the prosecution of wolf charmers recorded until well after 1650. The final cases taking place in the early 18th century. Interesting. Maybe something with lupin. It means wolf in Latin. Names that mean wolf. I mean, it could just be lupin, because it's also a flower, yeah? Isn't it, like, lupine, like a plant? Yeah. Yeah, I love these. I literally did a bouquet with some of these, I think. No, I didn't. They look similar. These are wildflowers that grow out in the Pacific Northwest. If you go up into the mountains, you will see these. They're beautiful, gorgeous. Lupine. Okay, I'm gonna name her Lupine. Why not? Lupin might be too Harry Potter adjacent. Is it really? I have never seen Harry Potter, so I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never read it. So if it's adjacent, I don't know. Loop is an actual female name. She could be Loop for short. See, that's getting a little bit Taz to me. Loop. Uh-oh. I did kind of want her to have two first names. Because Gwen Stacy. Because she's also kind of a reference to Gwen Stacy in the aspect of she is Birdie, who is a reference to Spider-Man. Words. Specifically more the archetype of like Hobie Brown, but I also just generally incorporated like Spider-Man lore. They used to be really close, like they're in a QPR, and then she kind of disappeared to go be a werewolf. Not pronounced like Loop. Having a name like Loop sounds really nice. We could do that, Birdie. We could. I'll do Loop. Not pronounced like Loop. How do you say it? I don't know how to describe it. Okay, look, I'll look it up. I will Google. Google is my best friend. Name pronunciation. Lupe. Oh, it's a Spanish name. Okay. It's usually a short form of Guadalupe. Is that AI lying to me? Lupe name. Cool. Yeah, short for Guadalupe. But is Lupe gender neutral? I liked her being after the flower because that is like genuinely one of my favorite wildflowers. She also looks Syrian, maybe? Slupe. Slupe. Sorry that I don't know how to say words very good or names very well. Um Yeah, I kind of wanted her to go by two first names because of Gwen Stacy. And I honestly did want the initials to be GS, but we don't have to do that literal. If we like a different name more, I could do Lupe or I could do something that's more like in line with her background. And we're Mexican, so I guess it's Spanish. Yeah. Yeah, it's Spanish. Which makes sense with that pronunciation. Um, um I could also just spin my wheel. We have options. Okay. Let me look at some names. Oh my god, I can't spell. Sorry. I'm like looking at different names. Really popular in Mexico. Yes. Yeah, it is. We could do Farah. I like that. We could name her Farah. It doesn't mean werewolf, but we don't have to go that literal with it. I'm just looking at names that I like. And then the hard part is the first name as a last name. I guess is Stacy literally her last name? Gwen Stacy? Or is that like a first middle situation? Is Stacy her last name? Yes, Stacy is Gwen Stacy's last name. Her full name is Gwendolyn. What? Maxine Stacy. That's a crazy name, girl. Wow. The name in Spanish, she could be half Latino and half Arab. I know I came in the stream late. Hopefully, I'm not heavily contradicting existing lore for this character. No, you're good. You're good. I will never get mad at you for that. If you're just coming up with ideas, I'll never be like, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be strictly werewolf. We could do that song. That is a good idea. I guess Stacy's her last name. Because we could do, I don't know. I don't want to seem like, because I know it's a thing, especially with like, with Asian characters where white people will name them like last names as first names, and that's like not chill. But I'm trying to reference Gwen Stacy, but I don't want it to seem like I'm, like naming her something that like she would not be named. Um, but I don't know if I'm just thinking too much about it. But we could name her Lupe Farah potentially. I like the two first names idea, but I can also ditch it if we need to. Marsh sounds cute. Doesn't really fit the background either. I'm gonna write that name down because I do like the name Marsh. I could an alternative to Marsh would be March, like Marche. Um, it kind of sounds similar. Let me write down those names. If you're doing two first names, Tracy sounds similar to Stacy. I don't really love the name Tracy, I'll be honest. I think this name is Molly. Marsh slash Mark names for Sims. I'll keep it in mind for future Sims. Veneer. I kind of like Lupe Farah, but maybe down the Nile, like the Carpathian region. Well, she lives in the Pacific Northwest, and there are marshes here. There's a lot of them. A lot of wetland. Well, I guess a marsh is like not a swamp. We have a lot of swamps. Is a marsh a swamp? Or is it different? A marsh is a wetland dominated by non-woody plants like grasses and reeds. Interesting. Well, swamp is dominated by trees and shrubs. Okay, we have swamps around here, not marshes. Lupe Aya. We could do that. Do we like this? Lupe Aya? Is that okay? I can always change it later, too. She hyphenated the Spanish Arab surname. Oh, she could. How many other hyphenated Sims do I have? I have the dryer leaves. And that might be it. We could do hyphenated name representation. Okay. Oh my god, am I giving her parents? This might be a whole can of worms I have opened. What about Harlow's mom? Is she hyphenating her name? I thought she changed her name to be Bedreau. But she could be Dylan Bedreau. I think she changed it just to Bedreau, though. I don't know if I even have enough characters to fit Dylan Bedreau. Bedreau is kind of a long last name. And naming characters is hard. And when I'm offline, I feel like I have an easier time with naming. But something about being live, I like. Yeah. Ais. Is that how you say it? Ais? Let me look it up. Pronunciation. Ais. Okay. I'm saying it right. Ais. I do like the hyphenated thing because we do only have one hyphenated hyphenated let's do Navarro Ais. Does that sound good or should be the Ais Navarro? Navarro Ais. Ais Navarro. Navarro Ais. I think I like that. Is a vocal E at the end of Lupe is with an A when saying it all together. Lupe Navarro Ais. Is that okay? Do we like that? Frost and Moonlight. Ooh, wait, that's cute. Okay, wait. Let me write this down. Let me be smart. Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Sorry if that was loud. I think it sounds good. I think it does too. And I just like the last name Navarro. um and I believe it's means something about mountains, if I recall correctly. I think there was another sim I was gonna name Navarro, and then I changed my mind. Name meaning. Which means plain. From the plains. I thought it meant something about like next to mountain. Meaning plain next to mountains. Okay, I like that. I think that that's cute. And if we think that that will work, we'll go for that. It's beautiful. Perfect.
Oh.
I've embarked on a whole endeavor. She's gonna need a parent now, but I'm probably gonna put the parent in a different save file and we're gonna deal with that later. But or her dad could be, she could have a single dad. Because I don't think I have any of those in my save. I guess I will, because the gay couple in that one apartment. Do I have any single moms? Yes, I do. Well, Monday is a single mom plus an aunt. Let's do a single dad, because I don't think I have any of those. I kind of like the name Saeed for the dad. Okay. I'll come back around to that later. What's the character's whole? This is the one that's missing from the town. She used to be a part of the band. She was in a QPR with Birdie. If they're Arab Spanish, maybe she could be related to Edna. Potentially, I think that maybe that could be how maybe she met Birdie because Edna Lori is Edna's grandson. So maybe they just like knew each other, right? Or maybe not. But then she was in a QPR with Birdie. And then okay, I will preserve that name. I do really love that name, which is why I picked it. What was I even saying? She's in a band. She is the guitarist for Magenta Obscurity, except for she mysteriously went missing. And it's one of those things where like the kids club in town is like really investigating it. Is Edna Spanish? Yes, she's Mexican. There's gonna be a whole like Easter egg about that where if you like go into a keepsake box in her house, it has like her maiden name, and then it'll be connected to like a different family in a different world eventually, and there's gonna be like interesting lore there. I haven't figured out what that lore is, but that was one of the first like Easter egg things I kind of set up for myself to follow through on later. But yeah, she's Mexican heritage. And yeah, Spanish is not really the same as Mexican. Yeah, definitely. I meant Latino was what I meant. Um, oh, I thought we were correcting me because I kind of said it wrong. Yeah, she's Latino. But I don't really know what the lore is there with her family or what world they're gonna be like originally from. I just know that I want to do something like interesting there where it's like you uncover that like actually maybe her family is like really important in a different world or um I don't know, something something interesting. Maybe almost like an opposite to this where like I kind of like that idea, like parallels. I like the idea of Sims having parallel stories where their story arc is kind of the same, but they're in different parts of it. Does that make sense? Did what I just say make sense?
Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna enter the game. So, I'm gonna move her into a lot just so that we can have her out and about. I need to bulldoze stuff happening in this world. Okay, put you here. Money. Well, can I do this cheat right now? No. Free real estate. On. There you go. There you go, girl. Okay. So, sorry, I'm having a really hard time thinking because I really need to pee. I've been holding it for like 30 minutes. I'm gonna be right back. I'm so sorry. My brain is short circuiting because it's all I can think about, and I should have just left earlier. Lamau. Okay, stay here. I'll be right back. Let me do this. Okay, boo. I'm back. Sorry. Maybe I'll be able to think and express myself a little bit better now that I'm not really distracted by my aggressive need to go pee. Go piss, girl. Here we go. Hello. I'm back. Okay. Let's do this guy. So, for her lore, I don't know what time zone you guys are in, but if you're celebrating Halloween, what are your plans today? I'm going to a hockey game later. I'm so excited. I missed I missed the Canucks. Fucking Kiefer Sherwood got a hattie last night and I didn't see it. I'm so mad. Hi, silly. Neither. Bonjour, y'all. I don't think I've made it to a stream before. Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome to your first stream, guys. Yeah, welcome to the first stream. I'm sorry. I feel like a mess today. I don't know why. Okay, I'm gonna try and be normal and not Okay. What do I want to do with her? I guess maybe we should make the kids club now. Right? You're gonna rename all the lots I find it difficult? I am, yeah. I think that will be the easiest part. It's mainly like naming a road and then a number system. Which there's a few rules about like street naming. Like certain things are avenues, certain things are called ways, certain things are called streets. Certain things are called courts, like if it has like a dead end. So I think it's all pretty easy because there's like conventions there that I've already kind of researched and I have written down somewhere in my notes. So once we get there, I think it'll be fairly easy. Like I've already named this street after like Tucker's family. I guess that's spoilers for my next lore video. And then there's gonna be like a Boudreaux Avenue and you know, like important families in the save. That's kind of how I've historically like in my town, like there's like streets named after like important families or like I don't know how they do it in like bigger cities. Bigger cities, it's a lot of like first, second, third, fourth, you know. That's good to hear from you. Hello, Manuel. Welcome in. Okay. I could do the kids club or I guess we do lore with like we could take some photos with Birdie. We could take some Halloween photos to be a little bit on the nose. Then I have to go back into Cass. Let's give her a Halloween costume. So you inspired me to start my own save. You're a big inspiration for me. That is very sweet of you. Oh my goodness, Andromeda. That's really nice. You guys are very nice to me. Sorry, I got weird. I looked at my view count when I went to the bathroom and it made me nervous. Okay. Let's do a little Halloween costume for her. It's been a minute since I've been perceived on the internet and I'm... Oh, that's her old outfit. Okay, we'll delete that. Right. She could be a hamster. Or a fairy. Or we could be kind of on the nose and it could be... She could be a werewolf, but this is before she was turned into a werewolf. Let's do that. I like that idea. Of like the foreshadowing. Starting when Parallax comes out, a save file. You should. It's fun. I like it. It's like it's a different way to play the game, right? Like I don't really play the game as much anymore as like me opening The Sims, pressing play. More so me playing the game now is like me going and building something or something like that. What is this? Is this Star Wars? Oh, my cat wants in here. Let me let him in. Will you change her into an occult now? Can I do that? In Cass? Or I thought since she was already made I had to Hello, do you want to show everybody your costume? You guys want to see my cat's costume? He's a schoolgirl. Look at him. He's a schoolgirl. He's so cute. Here. I'm sorry. If you're like you're picking your cat up weird, I am. He has his back leg is injured. So, I don't know if you guys remember this, but my other cat has a swollen lymph node and we've been having to get it tested for cancer. And then this one started limping. His lymph nodes are fine. Cross your fingers, I guess. But so we're keeping an eye on it right now because it seemed to have like mostly resolved. But so yeah, I picked him up funny because I'm trying not to like touch his back legs. So if you're like, why aren't you supporting your cat's back legs? It's because I don't want to hurt him more. And I had him by kind of his tummy, which should have been like tried to get like under so that I supported him still. I don't know why I feel the need to defend myself to you all. I know that I love this cat more than life, so when your cats are going through it, I'm going through it. I'm like, they're my sons, and they're both like, oh my god, neither of their legs freaking work anymore. And I don't know why. Yo. Update above traits. Wait, really? Is she missing because she turned into a werewolf? Yes. I think Song, there's gonna be a version of her that's a ghost in the save, and then there's a separate version of her that's a werewolf, and it's like, I don't know how the werewolf lore works in my save file. Maybe how any of the occult lore works in my save file is there is a ghost copy of you, and then also like maybe I could make it so that the occult lore in my save file is that like you die, and then your soul kind of diverges where half of your soul is like this ghost, and then there's a part of you that moves on to be the occult. You're hatched to make it. My friend made it. My friend made this for me. I believe it's crochet. But yeah, my friend made me this. So it's handmade. I don't know how. By somebody smarter than me. I don't know how to crochet or knit, so I think it's crochet though. So actually, I'm gonna save a copy of her. And I'm gonna place a copy of her. And then maybe it's like, hang on. Let me make sure I don't show anything. Spoilers for videos coming up. Hello, you're getting a lot. I love your hat. I already read that. Lamau, okay. Spoiler crisis averted. Maybe the version of you that Sims know is dead. So this sim, this first one, is the first sim that we have like photos with and that people that save file will know. And she is going to be a ghost. But then this version doesn't actually have like relationship panel with anybody. And she is a werewolf. So, oh my god, I can. Wait, this is so cool. So do I make her a werewolf ghost then? Potentially. Okay. We're doing Ghost and Cass, yeah, I will. What is this outfit? Girl, you can't wear that. Girl, no. What? There, but uh-oh. Um uh I fear that maybe my werewolves are perhaps glitched. Is this a known glitch in the game? This is not good. Can I randomize? And they're all gonna have these shoes, huh? Yeah. It would appear so. It would appear. Hmm. Oh, it's no, don't. What? What is happening? Maybe unlink the werewolf form? Okay, I'm unlinking. Guys, we might have an issue. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Painted on boots. Yeah. I do want her, like, fur color to be the same color as her hair, so it needs to be, like, dark. Let's do that. Why does she still have eyebrows? Hello? Is that always a thing? This game is crazy. Okay, I like these because they kind of blend in a bit. I fear that she's stuck with the boots. Take everything off button. There's a take everything off button. There's no shoes category, so I can't delete it. You get what I mean? Is there a take everything off button elsewhere now? Because the issue is that there's no shoes category to press the X on. God forbid a werewolf wants her thigh-high boots. You know, my bad, honestly. Would it be like a doppelganger? Yes, it would be like a doppelganger. I think in my head, the way the lore works is that, like, yeah, when you become like an undead or like an occult, like your soul does die, and then you almost get like split into half. And maybe like your personality also changes because like half of you is now the ghost. Maybe that's what makes you evil. Maybe that's why you get evil vampires, is because they like lose the part of their soul that like is good. But not all of them are evil. I don't think that her as a werewolf is evil. I think she's just vibing. There should be. Oh, gotcha. I thought you were telling me there was a button for it. No bright eyebrows? Wait, really? Okay. Sorry, you can tell that I've never played with werewolves before. I think perhaps I have custom content interfering with this process. I'm thinking maybe that is the case. They're so questionably built in this game. I think they're fun. I just think that the thigh highs are maybe a bit interesting. I wonder if I could do this. If I delete the shoes in this category while it's linked, no. What if you picked one of the full bodies that has shoes attached? Okay, wait, genius idea. I fear that perhaps she's just glitched though, and we might have to deal with this. Oh my god, my cat really doesn't like that noise. It's okay. I think like the bear costume will do that. Kinky boots, werewolf rendition. It didn't work. Google is my best friend. Werewolf Sims 4 stuck with boots. Alright, it's an issue with the piece of custom content. I need to delete the custom content from my freaking game. Right. Okay. Chat, where'd you go? I lost chat. There you are. I hate how their faces look. Okay, wait. This being the first thing I see when I click into the live. You know, it's okay. Everybody calm down. It's under control. I'm gonna go locate the boots. Well, I should figure out which boots they are first. Hang on, wait. I think I know what boots these are, but let me double check really quickly. Okay. Lupe, you don't gotta do all that. I think it's these ones. By Soulless Star. Okay. This is too much. Activism. Can this game ever work without a glitch? I'm frustrated for you. To be fair, I do have mods and custom content, so it is my fault. Like, it's not the game's fault that the CC is glitched. It is objectively my fault for having glitched CC in my game. So I can't even be frustrated because this is definitely my fault. Some of the time, the glitches aren't my fault, and I get frustrated because people will be like, well, you have mods in your game. I'm like, well, this glitch has nothing to do with mods, and I can replicate it with no mods folder in. But this is objectively my fault, so let me fix it really quickly. But I am certainly someone who has the type of game. I feel like some people are very prone to glitches in this game. I feel that I'm one of those people. I always am having issues, and I know that there's a lot of people who are like, I've never had XYZ issue. I've never had any problem. I've had so many problems with this game, personally. Anyways, let's see. Shoes, denim. It seems that maybe none of this person's stuff is locked for. Is it Toasty Toes? Okay, I'm just gonna move them to my downloads folder for now. I might patch them myself later if I get a chance. The game's gonna take a minute to launch. CCs and occults are such a pain. Yeah, something about cousin content and occult. It just, I don't know. I'm always guilty of hauling so much CC and then crashing out along my game. Yeah, I do the same, to be. I do crash out over the game a bit. Does anyone want a card while we're waiting for the game to launch? I can pull a card for you. I'll do 3. The first 3 people. Watch it. 0 people are gonna ask for a card. That would be funny. That would be so funny. That would be really silly. I'm trying to think about what else is going on in my life that I need to tell you guys about. I have broken cats. Can I get one? Yes, you can. Me? Okay. Me? Okay. Strength card. That's kind of like a literal one. Obviously, it's a major arcana. It's about, like, strength. My understanding about this card is that it's more of internal than necessarily, like, external. Okay, I'll do 4. I'll do U2 song. So, yeah, like, some type of internal, not like a battle, but, thing where you maybe need to engage in a certain level of like mental courage. That's my understanding of that card, is that it's more of a mental thing than necessarily like a literal strength thing. Okay, blue. Okay, bye, Watson. Oh, no, he's staying. Oh my god. Throwing my cards everywhere. Okay. Oh my god, I dropped it. Temperance. Oh my god, wait, I love this card. Temperance is... This card is so pretty. Look at that, with the wings. I love the art on this card. Temperance is about like balance and patience and kind of like I don't know, to be temperate, like self-control. She has the 2 cups and she's kind of balancing the liquid between them. If it'll focus. Hello? Sorry, the autofocus on my camera is kind of bad because this camera was in a car accident once and it flew across the car. Anyways, everything's fine. Yeah, so like patience, self-control, that kind of thing. Real because I'm always in a crisis. So real. So yeah. That's what that one means. Sorry, I'm kind of bad at 1 card readings. I'm not the best at card reading. Like I said, I have been reading tarot for like 10 years and it does not show. It really doesn't. If I'm doing a reading for myself, I'm able to get like a lot more in depth, but 1 card readings for someone that you know nothing about are really hard. So, calling me out, okay. Okay. India, your turn. My game is trying to launch. Still. Oh, well, there's your card. Justice, reverse. So obviously justice is about like decisions and you know, balance of decisions. There's the scale, like the tip scale, kind of representing justice. Well, yeah, literal justice, LMAO. So it could be reversed. I'm trying to think of what the reversed meaning would necessarily be. An upright, like it could be about like things kind of being withheld from you, Like there's some kind of truth that maybe you don't know about, or it could be about like injustice, like literal, like, you know, there is something going on that's not um right in some type of way. Yeah, that's what I would say for that one. Okay, song. A card for you. I think my game is art almost. It's still working on it. Oh, uh-oh. My game did this annoying thing. This pisses me off. Can I just say? Can they fix this, please? Because I should not have to launch my game twice because their giant full screen pop up, when you close it, it just does this. And then you can't click on anything and you can't do anything. And if you press escape, nothing happens. And you just have to force close the freaking game. And then you have to relaunch it. And it happens to me literally every single time I launch this game. I have to launch it twice. And it pisses me off because this game takes me like 4 real minutes to launch. And I'm just like, oh my god, sometimes more. There's a mod to fix this. Of course there is. Of course the mods fix it and not the actual freaking Sims team. Anyways, let me recenter. Song. Let me pull you a card. Well, and before I move on, it used to be that if you pressed escape, that was the right way to exit out of that. And then now, that trick doesn't even work. It's just a 50-50. Oh. What'd you get? I didn't even look at it. 9 of Wands. Okay, I just pulled this card, so I really should know what this means. I think it's about like good outcomes, creative outcomes, like a new path forward. If I'm recalling correctly. Let me make sure. Let me look at my cheat sheet. Oh, it's not. It's about keeping and maintaining boundaries, persistence. I must be confusing this with 8 of Wands then. Anyways. So yeah, keeping and maintaining boundaries, persistence. I think it's probably about just being firm in your beliefs and your commitments. I would assume that that is what this card would be. Because yeah, wands are more like about creativity and like fire, like passion, like what drives you. There you go. There's my bad tarot reading for you all. Also, yes, I love this deck. It's gorgeous. Oh my gosh, Wheel of Fortune right there. All of them are upside down. I don't know. I just bought this at like a vendor stall. I don't even know the creator or anything. I don't know. I happen to like cheaper feeling cards. Because the way that I shuffle, I just let something fall at me. And so they're really glossy. So I read with these ones a lot because they're like the easiest for me to read. Whereas like my Wild Unknown, I have to like shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and shuffle. Okay. The Sims newsletter where they basically were like, hey, they're like indirecting everyone leaving the Game Changer program, like, hi guys. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Hope that helps. Smile. Okay, wait. Did that fix her? Hopefully that fixes her. That's all I hope for. Hello, the Watson. Hello, the Watson. Oh, what? Just very nice, kitty. Very nice kitty. Did it swap them? She still has her boots on. Okay. Oh, I removed like 5 pairs of boots and none of them were the right pair. That sucks so bad. Okay, wait. Soulless star. Bucket hat denim, bandeau, biker shorts, shorts, tank top, layer top, Mina boot. Oh, I bet it's these. Okay, let me move these out of here. Let's try again. It wouldn't be a me stream. It really wouldn't. Maybe delete the werewolf form. It's the boots for sure. It's not the werewolf form, it's the boots. Does she have to be a drag queen werewolf? I guess. I mean, we could do that. I didn't really have that in the plans, but we could do it. Anyways, how's everybody doing? I know it's kind of a weird time for me to be live. Do we like this time on this, like, Fridays? I want to do more streams, and this is a day and time that actually kind of works for me. But there's not a ton of you here. There's only like 32 of you here right now, it says, so I don't know. But that also, my view count could just be low because I have not been posting. Smile. I have a lot of videos that I'm working on, but I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm gonna upload this and this and this because I am the king of false promises. So I won't be doing that. Taking bearded queens to the next level. Hey, yo, kitty. Oh, I don't know if you can hear him. He's talking to me. Will there be a werewolf community in the save? Eventually, yeah, for sure. When I get to Moonwood Mill, yes. Maybe in my next town. Maybe we can do like a folklore town that's like all kind of occult. I don't know what town I want to work on next. And I honestly, after I finish Willow Creek, I think I want to take a break. I think I want to take a break from save file stuff so bad. There's so much other content I want to do. It's like, it's hard because I just want to do all of it and then I do none of it. You're dressing up in costume? Watching this while getting ready for a party? Oh, that's fun. It's perfect for me. It's 9 p.m. now here. Oh, perfect. 9 p.m. I'm kind of ideal to play along to. Okay, cool. Eases the horrors of being silent in my own thoughts. You know, isn't that my whole channel? Just here to silence the horrors and be an excuse for me to yap about everything. That's so valid. I'm so bad at posting. I'm such a bad YouTuber. Like, really, truly. And lately, it's not even really been it's not like I've been like not posting on purpose. It's just I've been doing other stuff. Just been like, I come home from work and then I sit and I go, I'm going to read about folklore, like recently is basically my big hyperfixation is like, uh-oh. What just happened? I wish you guys saw that. I load in. They're negative 19,000 simoleons. For some reason, the game changed both the Sims into this. What is happening right now? I'm going as Superman, but I like the Clark Kent. I wanted to do that this year, India, and I just didn't get a chance to get, the right stuff for it. Do you have any book recs for people who want to read up on more folklore? Oh my god. Most of my recommendations are like a hyper local song. I would recommend for your area. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna go and cast and see if I can figure out what happened. What kind of folklore have you been reading? I've mainly been reading like really hyper local from like the local tribes near me, translated myths, like kind of translated as they were spoken. Oh my god. I might have to quit without saving, because what happened to her outfit? Oh, it's her hot weather wear. Oh, okay, everything's fine. Everything's okay. It was just her randomized outfit from before. I thought it deleted everything I did, and I was about to be so mad. There was this man kind of in my area who, translated indigenous folklore pretty faithfully. And so I've been reading through some of that. I find it so fascinating because a lot of these are like obviously oral tradition type stories. And a lot of the translations of them can have a lot of bias, obviously. And so it's been cool to find a person who, by all kind of accounts in the universities near me, so I'm certain that it is still biased, but a pretty unbiased one. So I've been reading a lot of that. It's very fascinating. There's a lot of lore about like literally like rivers near me or mountains near me. I think it's so cool to kind of learn about like these myths about like literally like the land that you are standing on. So I recommend like that for sure. And your local library will probably have these like I also love like getting from my local library like a copy of like the town's like old newspaper, and you can flip through and you can kind of just see what was happening, you know, 18 late 1800s, like early 1900s. You can get a lot of like really interesting information. That's less like folklore, but just like information about the town. Like I love going to my library and checking out the shit that's like somebody typed it up on a typewriter and bound it and like put it there, and it's like a local historian or like anthropologist who did it, or just like a person who's just like, you know, put together. Like there'll be like books on towns where it's put together by like the local like historical society, or it's just like some guy who like collected a bunch of like old photos and bound it and put it on the shelf. I love that. And this mythology book I found, the really local one, was kind of in that similar section. Anyways, I'm a nerd for like history, as we can tell. But Song, I would DM you the exact book in private. It's just it's very local to me, so I'm not gonna say it on stream. Hiya, you're live. Hello, Kate. Hello, Robin. Welcome in, you guys. How are we doing? It's Halloween. Okay. I wonder if people still do that nowadays, just putting together books one copy only ever. I think people who really like historical societies, absolutely yes. Oh my god, the feet. Okay, I don't know if this is better. Guys, I kind of regret what I did. I like the boots more, I think. I don't like her toes. What the hell? Okay. I didn't expect her to have human feet. Is that because I have like the realistic feet mod in my game because the Sims 4 feet are busted? Or in this game, are there werewolf feet just like human feet? That's really cursed. I really don't like that. Okay. We did it, I guess. Wait, the whole idea was to do a Halloween costume. Okay, I was gonna comment on the feet earlier. Oh. Oh, cool. Cool. Alright. You know, I'm gonna fix the money situation. What the hell? Okay. See, that doesn't look right. It might be my mod, but you know what? It's okay. Now we're gonna go put a Halloween costume on her and then do some photos with Birdie. Photos of with her with Birdie pre-werewolfing. Never get over how bad the Sincere werewolves look. I think they're kind of camp. I like them. I'm not gonna lie. I think they're camp. Okay, wait. I love doing genealogy, so lots of local history is cool to me. Yeah, same, Kate. I love doing genealogy stuff. It is fascinating. I have some really awesome accounts of family members of mine who I didn't have the pleasure to like meet in life, because they passed before I was born. But just some really interestingly detailed stuff. I have an account of my, how many greats is that? Great. My great grandmother on one of my sides. I have like a whole write-up of her life, and it is fascinating. Her and her mom, they were raised as siblings instead of as her daughter. And they are from, you know, Great Britain. I was gonna say the exact town, and then I was like, wait, I shouldn't say that. I don't know why, just in case, I guess. I think it's your mod, but it's not like vanilla looks any better. Okay, perfect, cool. I should check out my local library to read up on history of my area. It's so fascinating song. I highly recommend it. Want to get more into history of the city I live in? I just happen to live in a very huge city. Song. There's probably some really interesting lore about your city. Like if you look up for example, my area, like Portland's like there's some crazy history about like Portland and like Seattle too, like Seattle Underground, like yeah. There's lots of cool stuff. Certainly. Um but yeah, so she grew up as a sister to her mother, found out later in her life that it was actually her mom. They immigrated to America as siblings um, to live on a ranch in South Dakota. Um, and I have like some really interesting stuff about like her life. I know like her job. She like played piano. Like all of just these little details about her life. And I think it's so cool because it's like not that long ago in the grand scheme of things. Like, right, like we have this idea of like, you know, however long ago that was as being like ancient, but it's like really recent actually. But I think it's interesting because a lot of these kind of like histories just don't really get passed down. Like I have a lot of knowledge about one like eighth of my family, 1/4 of my family. And then the other like 3/4 I really don't know a lot about because of just like um just how things are, you know, family dynamics and things being kind of dysfunctional can really so it's interesting to research about genealogy because it can be easy or it can be really hard and it is especially like really hard for you know like oppressed people where if you're black obviously in this country like your history got just fucking erased basically so yeah it's interesting like what you can find though if you really like look for it and look into your local resources. Anyways, I'm on a whole rant. I think it's so fascinating. So you felt that. Yeah, um it's really cool, but then it's really like yeah, strange because there's just certain stuff that's um like there are certain people I have found out about where like I know things about relatives I never met for like members like family that I like don't talk to. Like I don't talk to the living family because of reasons, right? But then I'll know stuff about like so and so's dad's dad. Like because of like doing this like genealogy research. It's just interesting and it's kind of weird situation to be in. Seattle Central Library has so many cool things. Oh yeah. Seattle has a secret library too, if you don't know about that. I think it's a metaphysical library. Um I'm adopted, but both my parents and one of my grandparent was also adopted. So very interesting. Kate, that is interesting. I think I'm trying to look for a werewolf costume and it's not working. Um all right. There's nothing really werewolf-y. I want like a fur jacket or something, but I'm also not looking very well. I'm like kind of just on a rant. You guys got me talking about my like current hyperfixation. I'm like just rambling. This is not like a werewolf costume. My city has a lot of historical buildings because Europe. It's so cool to go outside and see little moments of life that have maybe been frozen time. Robin, that is awesome. Maybe they ripped off that Abysmal Cats musical. My dad doesn't speak to his extended family in Korea at all due to some crazy shit that went down during a funeral years ago. Um, yeah, song. It's sad because it's like you want to know, but then also like it's understandable when things are, you know, not spoken about, or people who don't speak about certain stuff. Like I have members of my family who don't speak on things just because like they're traumatized by their experience, and so they just like don't talk about the past, like point blank period, just like don't. Um and it's sad because it's like I want to know so bad, but also like, you can't push that person to share if they're not in a place to share. Clearly. I mean, I guess there's this jacket. We love hearing about your current hyperfixations. Thank you. I appreciate that. Being half white, only half of my family really has any written documentation. After meeting my great grandfather, they seemed kind of whack negative. Uh-oh. It's just a little tricky when I'm reading into people that directly led into the events of my own life, but I'll 100% read fun things about people I do not know. That's fair, yeah. I mean, obviously, like, there is a whole conversation there about, like, there is uncomfortable, especially if you were white, there is obviously very uncomfortable stuff in your family history. And you have to confront that if you're going to be digging into these things. Oh, I wish you would stop doing that. Girl, get it together. I may silence her, aka mute the game. Okay. You rights provoked. Will you shut up? Stop. Remind me to turn that back on when we leave cast. She's a character that got really that go hard for Halloween, or she'd throw on a onesie and be done with it. I think she would throw on a onesie and be done with it, actually. And I think she became a werewolf. That has not been solidified in the lore yet. I'm trying to think about that. I think she tried to run away, and in her running away to a new place, maybe she got caught up with like the wrong crowd, aka a crowd of werewolves, and then she got turned. Perhaps that is the lore behind her and her werewolfhood. I don't think she intentionally was like, I'm going to become a werewolf now. I think that it was accidental. Is there not even like a bear? Hello? I guess she could be like Grim. That's kind of a fun reference to the doppelganger thing. Cast clock speed 0 her. I don't know how to do that. I want to know so much about both my family's lores, but it's hard. LOL, my parents are old and only stay in contact with the family members who immigrated here to the US. Yeah. I think, like, not to, speak for your experience, but I imagine that that is difficult, especially with, like, immigrant parents. I know that, there's, like, a pressure to, like, assimilate and then not talk about these histories either. And I think that's so sad. And I can imagine that that would be difficult to try and like talk to certain family members who maybe just like don't know or don't want to share perhaps. The language barrier is debilitating. That too. I never learned my mother's tongue. If you type cast clock speed 0 in the cheat console, it will lock her in place. Wait, really? How are you guys teaching me things? How did I not know about that? I thought you had to get a mod to do that. I'm very lucky about my birth parents because their experiences are very open to me with answers. Yeah, like I said, I have family that's really knowledgeable. Like I'm really lucky that my great grandmother on one of my sides, she did a lot of her own research. And so when I got into genealogy stuff, I had like basically a whole branch of my family just like handed to me. Very detailed with like literally like written accounts, which is the most bit too formal. Okay. The most interesting stuff to me is like the written accounts of like people who've written stories about the lives of these people. I think that that is like the most fascinating stuff, and I was really lucky to get like basically like a fourth of it kind of handed to me. The eighth of it that my great grandmother's lineage was like the most well detailed, but there was a lot from my grandfather too, my great grandfather. Um, a lot of photos, which always are like some of the coolest parts to me. I love old photos. Um, but then yeah, like I think I've talked about this before. Like I don't have a dad. I didn't grow up with a father. And so like that part of the research has been um there's been like years where I make like no progress kind of looking for any of it because I'm not like in contact with that family at all. Um and then I recently like a couple weeks ago I tried a different website and I made big progress. I have to like go through and like try and confirm it all and like look at it all for yourself because if you have like distant relatives that have done this type of research and you find like a relative that they've already done, then you can kind of almost plug in their branch, like all of their work. And so I got to a place where I found like a tree that someone else had done. And it's just a matter of I need to go through and like confirm that everything they put together is like sound and makes sense and isn't just like clicking through and being like, yeah, I'll take this hint, I'll take this hint, I'll take this hint, and then like, when you actually look at it, it's like, oh well, they just have the same name, but they're like different people or whatever. So, I have to go through and do all that, but I just got keyed into that whole area. Not that. I don't like a ponytail, but like it needs to be one that has like volume and is curly. I mean, I guess I could use custom content for that. They're insufferable otherwise. Ooh, photos. Maybe the curly ponytail from Island Living. Do you want to do a DNA test? I don't want to do DNA. I have concerns about what the corporations are doing with that data and my DNA. And also, they're not the most reliable. Like the way that those systems work, I guess I could do this braid. I don't love this pony though. The side pony, it just doesn't look comfortable to like have it all. It just looks strange. If I got an edited one that kind of like smoothed it that way, I think I would like it. So that it just laid a little bit more natural. I feel like it looks like the Sims team attached like a piece of this hair, like took this chunk and then just it looks like they Franken meshed it. Okay, wait. Let's get custom content. What was I saying? Oh, I don't trust the DNA websites. I think my great grandmother did do that though. And so that was able to connect her, and I was lucky enough to receive some of that, but I just personally would not. I wish that I could. I wish that I trusted the companies more with that info because I think it would be fascinating, but let's do that. It's like the hair isn't the exact same length, but that might be the closest we're going to get. And this looks like she straightened like the top of her hair a bit anyways, so it may be longer. Is this acceptable? I think this is as close as we're going to get in this game to BH. Find names for OCs is finding old genealogy records and yanking them from random people that have cool names. Yes. A lot of like the time that I do names of like cultures that I'm not familiar with, I try and find like real people with that name because there's like certain naming schemes and stuff like that. And so I try and like pull from that stuff when I can. I did it for this sim, which I think is part of the reason I had like issues where I was like, I don't know what to do. But old names are so fun. Data breach is not a good idea. And also they just, I imagine, sell your data. I just don't trust. I'm not a truster of big corporations. What can I say? Let's do some of that and then let's put like black. What's it called? Lipstick on her. Oh yeah, she's frozen. I was like, she's making a funny face. Literally, yes, she is. Okay, I think that'll work for her. There's her Grim Reaper Halloween costume. She didn't try very hard. She has a onesie. Maybe Birdie even bought her the onesie. Maybe Birdie's gonna be Grim too. Like he got the matching onesies. Wait, that's cute. They're matching. That could be fun. Okay, wait. Let me grab him. Oh. I think I already have some Halloween photos of Birdie somewhere, but we can do more. Different year. Much better than the bear costume for sure. For sure. I know it takes place in kind of current day, but your save file has such a strong 90s to early 2005 to me for some reason. Should I change it? I really... Okay, I don't like the time period that I don't like that my save file is present day, but it would take a lot of work to... And then they all have cell phones. I could do like a hybrid thing where it's kind of an undisclosed. But then what do I do about all the dates on my photos that give you a sense of timeline? I'll think about it. Because I've been thinking that I don't. Are you good? Okay, good boy. Do you need out? Let me let my cat out really quick. Sorry. No? You can stay here if you want. I just was offering it as an option, little man. Little man. Okay. Sorry, I'm like doting on him. He has a hurt little paw. James Microsoft? What? It's talking about a game lore to a friend from Finland. There's a Finnish character who told me his name is just common, first name largest. Finnish corporation. Exactly. Yeah, like I try to not do that with my names in the game. I do my best, but I'm certain that some of my naming, like, I'm not perfect, and I'm certain that there's probably a character in my save with a name that like doesn't completely make sense, but I really try. And this is my American OC. That's funny. His cell phones in this game kind of pissed me off. Like, where'd you buy that? I didn't give that to you. No, literally. Um, he could be a skeleton. They could be like a grim and then like a dead, a zombie. He could wear this. Oh. Imagine Birdie's just like a horror for Halloween. Oh my god, wait. He could be a crow. No, I like this. He definitely put the effort in and like he like made this costume. Like he sewed this. Like he sat at a sewing machine and he made this. And then he was like talking to Lupe and was like, "You have to dress up with me." And Lupe was like, "I don't want to." And he was like, "Fine, I'll be a crow. You can be the Grim Reaper. Here's a onesie. Just wear some dark makeup." Okay, that's absolutely what happened. Absolutely. People doing decade slash medieval saves just cope. Wait, I would love to do. I don't know what you're saying, but I would love to do. Oh yeah, I would love to do like a realistic. Oh my god, I can't do it because it would become my whole channel, and I have to do the save file. But it does sound kind of like Birdie. You're so right. Okay, wait. Let me move them around. What was I even trying to say right now? Oh, I don't know which is which. Greek. I need the one who's not a werewolf. The one who's a ghost. Wait, did I give the costume to... Oh my god. I'm just gonna move them both. so much effort at this point. Just get this into medieval and play that. Yeah, but it's different because the medieval has like a storyline. Made it impossible even with mods. Oh my god, I did a medieval, not a medieval, but I did like a gameplay that started in I believe the 1600s. And it was so much fun. I just stopped playing it because I wasn't like making content at the time, and it felt like it would have been more fun if I was making content with it, right? But like because I was doing it on my own, it was like, all right, like all this effort and I'm just kind of playing pretend, like what's the point? I think it's different when you're making videos though, because in videos it feels like you're like creating something a little bit more. I don't know if that makes any sense. BRB, I gotta get some food. Get food. But I would love to in the future, like, do a save like that. It's just not right now. Okay, which are you? Are you a werewolf? Yes. Well, no. Not necessarily. I guess I could just click on her. Can you change your outfit, please? Okay, this is the werewolf one. Okay, I accidentally made the werewolf one the one that, that'd be insanely fun to learn about history. You know, and the reason that I even have the niche interest in like local history and is because of trying to do like a decades challenge for this game, which is so ironic and funny. Like all of my interests kind of boil down to like an interest in The Sims. Like I originally got into architecture and learned about architecture because of The Sims. I originally got into like more recent history because of The Sims. Like and that's why I'm not gonna stop playing this game because it's really my one interest when you really think about it. Okay. So I think I had already done a I feel like she had an outfit, like a costume already. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, back into cast we go. So sorry. I know. I'm really bad at this. In fact, there's been 5 expansion packs. There's been 5. That's not good. That's a lot. Wow. Same but with world building and character creation. Robin, I was thinking I just need to make a game. I was thinking about that the other day where I was like, I just need to learn how to make a game. I don't know how to make a game. I know nothing about like coding. But I was like thinking about it and I was like, at the end of the day, I should just make my own game. Should just is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. I'd 100% create a household split Protestant Catholic with unprecedented amounts of beef. Oh, that is fun. That is really fun. Wait, I might write that down because that sounds like a really fun idea. The Catholics have a lot of really fun. My family was Protestant, and learning about like certain Catholic practices has been really fascinating. I've been not on a deep dive, but I've learned a few things. That would be so fun. I got really into fashion because I tried to do a decades challenge in The Sims 2 without mods, and I realized the game's clothes don't really fit many decades at all. Yeah. Um. Okay. What is she gonna be for Halloween? I'm gonna make her a pirate. That's cute. Boots? Those look kind of dumb. Yeah, like those. Yeah, okay. And then do I happen to have like a candy bucket custom content in my game? What's the likelihood there? What's the percentage chance? You know, and I do think they would make her wear like a long sleeve, and she probably would be like annoyed about it, but she would, because it's like, it's too cold out for you to just not wear a long sleeve under your costume. And she probably would roll her eyes, but then she's wearing it anyways. Is that the same one? Yes. I just make a lot of different stories and create different characters from different towns, and in the end, you've more or less world built for D&D and such. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I definitely could do enough world building for a game. It's just a matter of like how to implement that into it, like make it into a game. Like if anyone wanted to hire me to be the guy who comes up with all of the ideas for a game, but doesn't have to do any of the execution, I would love that. But something tells me that um there's a lot of people who are like that, and so perhaps that's kind of a long lost cause. Okay, all of her hats just get rid of her hair. I think that's stupid. All the hat cuts for this hair suck. Okay, never mind. She's not gonna wear a hat. Okay. Okay, I don't have a little bucket, but that's all right. Okay. I seem to want to make a game of games by settling for a webcomic. Yeah, that was. I was like, well, I could make a webcomic. Way less skills involved. Yeah, like I already have the skills for a webcomic. Well, I don't. I can theoretically have the skills for webcomic, but I don't have the consistency or um you know, any of those types of skills about like persistently pursuing something that takes a lot of effort. I'm not good at that. So I don't actually have the skills for webcomic, but in theory I do. In theory. Okay. I think they're going out trick-or-treating. And that's the photo lore. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back. Are we talking about webcomic right now? Yeah, let's talk about how I want to make a game, but that's really not realistic for me. So, um, perhaps a pivot to a webcomic. Oh, I would love to make a game though. Okay. Creative outlets for world building, yeah. Because for me, it's The Sims, and that's not, you know. Wait, there's already a. Okay. There's already a camera there. Pumpkin. You say that you've been working on this amazing site for a long time. You definitely have the consistency. It's genuinely so impressive. But like, look at my upload history. Like, I appreciate that. That is very nice, Robin. But like, I'm actually not consistent. I keep coming back to it, but I take really long breaks. Instead of working on it like a little bit every week in a really sustainable way, the way I operate with all of my interests, this is because I'm neurodivergent, I think. Um, I will like hyper fixate on something. I'll do it like 10 hours a day for like a couple weeks straight. And then I'll be like, I'm sick of this. And then I'll put it down for like a couple months. And that's kind of how this channel is because of that's how my interest in The Sims is. And then now YouTube, where I'm like, I'm going to edit 5 videos at once and I'm going to work on all these projects so that I'm uploading consistently, and then I get halfway through 5 different videos and then I think to myself, I'm tired. And then I don't. Yeah, there are surprisingly few pumpkins in the game. If I had uh gameplay unlocks or hidden objects on, there would be more. As long as it gets made, it's not a job and it can 100% be your own emotional schedule. True. I just would like to be consistent with it. I feel like it's just more respectful to you guys if I am consistent rather than just like, very flippant, like, do. Okay, so let's try and find a pack with 2 adults and 1 kid. Surely I have something like that in my game. There's a legacy pose pack. But this involves carrying a toddler. Hmm. Certainly I have some of these, huh? I need 2 adult Sims and 1 kid. Is that really so much to ask? Okay, wait. This might be it. Okay. Wait, this is the child. Hang on. Hang on, wait. Child. Child. Sorry, I thought I had clicked on Lupe for some reason, and I don't know what I was thinking. Post my pack. Okay, wait, it was all the way down here. Wait, what was it called? Was it Family Legacy? No. It was like all the way down, yeah? No, it wasn't. Somebody, not me, should learn how to be more organized. One day, I will be. Okay, wait. Legacy The Sims framed photos. Okay, wait. So this one, female and a female. And then, I need to delete these 2. And then I need Birdie. You need to pose by pack, please. I need to get the searchable stuff. There's so many mods I need to get. I know. And you guys have been telling me forever and ever, and I just haven't done it. And then I'm like, why does this take me so long? And I just complain. And it's like almost like you guys have told me exactly how to fix all of these issues I have, and I just don't do it because I'm bad at things. Oh, okay. And then Monday is gonna be taking the photo. Okay. I kind of want it to be... I don't know if I love this angle. Maybe if it's more like this, and then we can get more of the pumpkins in the background. Wait, that's cute. Does this work? Is this a cute Halloween night photo, or does it translate at all? I kind of feel like you can't tell what's going on. Okay. Okay, Monday. Take photo. It took me 3 years to play The Sims 4 with mods to actually have my folder organized. It's a pain, but it's still worth it. It's easier to complain when the inconvenience arises than remember to do the thing that helps before it happens. Real. Actually real. Okay. Wait, he's not in costume. Hello? Didn't I change you? Did I forget to change you? Put your freaking costume on. You worked hard on that. You sewed that for months and months. You taught yourself how to sew in order to make a crow costume. And then your partner just threw on a onesie and you were like, sure. Maybe it's just a bit too dark. I can put the filter on it. Not that one. This one. That will help. I'm coming up with sad lore in my head. Wait. What if they go to a party after this? And then is this the night that Lupe disappears? She runs away? I'm thinking thoughts with my head. Let me save this room really quick before before all my photos break. Save room. Brown household photos. There you go. So this need to be facing the light more, but there wouldn't be a light because it's the front porch. Maybe I could try and have him face like this way. No, there really isn't good street lighting. I could do this. Speaking of, I need to get pose player that you can move the Sims while they're posing, because that would also be game changing for me. Hello, why can't I like elevate this? BB move objects on. There we go. I was gonna say. Okay. So we could do like this, and then I could do. Or I'm like sitting funny. I'm like gay sitting right now. Lamau. Okay. And then we could put them 1, 2, 3 more that way. But what if, okay, hear me out. What if Magenta Obscurity plays a show Halloween night, and then maybe her, like, she had, like, this big plan to, like, go run away to someplace new? Why? What is her motivation? Why does she want to run away so bad? That's what I need to figure out. That's the piece of lore that that hasn't clicked into place quite yet. Especially without telling anyone, because maybe her goal wasn't to run away. Maybe she had like a side quest and then she got turned into a werewolf and then she was like, well, now I can't come back. Maybe it's one of those doomed stories where it's like fucking Deadpool and she's like, well, like he won't want to be around me anymore because now I'm a monster. But what is her side quest? What was the thing that she was like, I need to go take care of this without telling anybody about it? It would be out in the middle of the woods. Look at my cat. His little costume. You were precious. He's so cute. I think before you know why she runs away, you need to know how her life is like. Maybe she was trying to search for her mom if she was raised by a single father. Selling crack. She could be selling crack. That's definitely an option. Do you want me to take that off of you? Okay. Let me know if so. I'm dead. She could be searching for her mom. I think that her like family life I think is like fine. I think like she likes her dad. I think more than anything it's just a small town. Everyone kind of knows each other. Maybe there's some like family drama where like the town doesn't really like her for some reason. Like the broader town. Like the Bedros are kind of like anti her family, and that causes some kind of like side quest that she has to go do. she's going to pay for a hitman to take one of them out. No. I mean, it feels a little bit out of left field for my save file, but maybe something along those lines, like, you know, so much like mine when I moved away for a while. Whenever I saw your cat in your videos, reminded me of her and it made my day. Oh, that's sweet. She saw the Flatlands monster as a kid in the woods and she went searching for it, but got lost. We could do like the folklore route of just like she felt called to the woods. Like one night on Halloween, the woods were just calling to her and she just went out there. You know what I mean? We could do that of like a very like folklore kind of just like it just happened. But I like the idea of there being some kind of like town drama or like thing attached to it. I think that's a good lore opportunity. So I kind of don't want it to be like, oh, she just wandered away. Like I want it to be like, let me lock in. Sorry. Something to do with, yeah, because I think her home life is good. I think that it being about like some kind of thing with the town could be good though. But what is that? Her dad could have some kind of deal with the Landrys that the Bedros don't like. But I don't know what that would be because her dad would live in like an apartment. He's not an influential character in this town whatsoever. Like he doesn't even own a home. He's like renting an apartment because the only space I have left for Sims is Magnolia Promenade, and in Magnolia Promenade I'm gonna have like a apartment unit of like a couple of Sims, and that's it. And so he'll be in there. Um, literally because that's where I have room. So her storyline has to fit into that context. So it's not like she's from an influential family, which makes it really silly if the Bedros have beef with her, but also seems kind of like the Bedros because I feel like they're, you know, a bit petty. And it's small town drama, so it's one of those things. Does her family have a bad reputation? Her family could just have a bad reputation in general. She runs into the woods, but my idea is that she gets turned into a werewolf and that's why she can't come back. So she'd have to already be in the woods. Could be a spot in the woods that was hers to decompress and she went one night, she turned into a werewolf. Like even if it wasn't personal reasons, someone normally would at least say goodbye. Yeah, and that's why it needs to be like drama and like something that she wouldn't like mention to anyone. She had no intention of running away. She just went to her safe hiding spot, but boom, tragedy. I do like that song. The reason she was in the hiding spot in the woods is because the scrutiny she feels in the greater town. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. And I think that that spot is the fire watchtower. Maybe she does tarot and she's been communicating with the ghost in the watchtower about something, and she goes there to talk to him, and boom, werewolves. Maybe she got pregnant. I don't think so, because her and Birdie are in a QPR. So they're partners, but they're in like a platonic relationship, which that doesn't mean like people in QPRs can't have sex, but like I don't think for them that storyline makes sense, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I need to lock in. Sorry, I'm just brainstorming out loud instead of like doing anything. Okay. I like that idea of like the fire watchtower being her decompression spot. Okay, who needs to pose still? Nobody. Okay, perfect. Oh, my bad. No, you're good. Once again, if I disagree with you, it's not like I'm not being like, if I come across that way, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound like mean about it. I'm I'm thinking out loud. I'm not trying to be like, ooh, that doesn't work, if that makes sense. I'm brainstorming, and I appreciate all the ideas. I do. Is she a teen or young adult? They're young adults. But in my brain, they're like the type of young adults where like they just aged up. Like in my head, like Lori and Birdie and Harlow are literally like 18 level vibes of like they literally, if you got into the save, they could have been teens yesterday. What if she got into a fight with some other family's kids in the woods and it triggered the change? Ooh. You know if the friend group left on bad terms before Lupe ran away? Maybe. She had a bad fight with Birdie or one of the others, which was the impetus for her going into the hiding spot one day. You didn't come off of her just in another relationship. No fair. No fair, no fair. Does the band have an arch nemesis band? You know, maybe. I think that would be fun. I love bands, so I probably will do something like that in the future. She's so close to Birdie. Wouldn't she tell him about her special awesome spot? Wouldn't that be the first place they'd look for her? I think, yeah, that's true. I also think of her as like a loner type sim, where like her and Birdie are, yes, very close, and she does share a lot with Birdie. But I also think that she's really private, and she's the type of sim who would not share. And I think the privacy is probably because of the scrutiny from the town. Like she was kind of raised that way to just like you don't really trust anyone very much. And not that she doesn't trust Birdie, but just like, yeah, I think it would be something that she would keep to herself. And not from like a malicious point of like, I'm not going to tell Birdie about this, but this is just like where she goes. When she wants to decompress, she takes her tarot card, she goes and she talks to the ghost. Maybe she was more mysterious and closed off than what her friends knew her to be. Yeah, exactly, Song. Like, I exactly think that is her personality of like, she is just more closed off than maybe like the perception of her was in the friend group. Like, I think also like she wasn't like as close to the other band members as like Birdie's like really close to Harlow and Lori. And like Lori's really close to everyone and Harlow's really close to everyone. But I think that Lupe was more like on the outside and she was like there because she likes to play guitar. And like she was, you know, like in a QPR with Birdie. And so she's like, all right, like I'll join this band, but she's not like necessarily friends with them. And I also think perhaps that Loria and Harlow's dynamic with one another, for those of you who don't know, the two of the bandmates, Lori and Harlow, used to date as teenagers. They broke up. They're still friends and they're still in the same band together, but it's like drama. I think for Lupe, like she's like, this drama's a lot. I don't want to be involved. Like I think that's very much her vibe of just like, this is drama. I'm just here to like play guitar and like be in a band and you guys are being cringe. Like I think that that's her like standpoint. Does that make sense? That makes a lot of sense to me. Like she's a bit of trust issues. Yeah. I don't know if you've done any Vampire Sims, but it would be cool. I haven't yet, Robin, but this is inspiring me too. Yes, I think she keeps negative emotions to herself as well. But yeah, I think she's also just kind of practical and is like, I don't want to be in the drama. And the rest of the friend group is a bit drama. I love this character. No, I love her. Okay. All right. Let me write some of this down because I'm a forgetter and I don't want to forget these details about. Sorry if it was really loud. I'm so sorry. Okay, right, let me write down. Lupe lore / personality. Just wants to play guitar. Maybe I'm getting really attached to her. I wonder if the scrutiny is because her dad or someone else in the family could have gotten in a previous legal trouble. Yeah, actually, Song, I like that because I do think that that is the vibes of the town. Is like the I do feel like there's like a judgmental small town vibe happening. Because we have a lot of those dynamics in the town of like the rich family being really influential and then this new family and it's like this like drama and then there's certainly people in this town who are kind of on the outs and it's for very like stupid reasons but very realistic to how like a real life town kind of operates. I'm getting really attached to her. What if a vamp lures her into the woods? They sense her being a dormant werewolf or something. Maybe she's previously incarcerated. Maybe she's a tiny bit older, like she did a class twice or something. I do like that. Okay, so she's a little older than everyone. That fits the vibe for some reason. She's a year above Birdie and Lori and Harlow. Um, very. She keeps to herself. Maybe her dad. Um, I'm trying to think. In this game, we have like burglars, so I could like do a burglar sim. It's like canonical, like in the game. There's gameplay there. Um, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think so. I think like because Lori and Harlow were like 18. I thought Birdie was like 19, so maybe she's like 20. She gives me 20-year-old vibes. Okay, she's 20 years old. Maybe her dad. Yeah, like the. I almost want to look at the negative, quote, negative aspirations. I guess I can. Because it lets you swap in here, doesn't it? Can I look at these? We could have like a criminal. Like we could literally put him like in the criminal career. I don't have any criminal, so we could do that. Um but do I want him to be like an ex-criminal or like he's still a criminal? I feel like since I don't have any, I should have one or at least two. I have a sim who is the sticky fingers aspiration, but I can't remember who that is. But I know I have one. I'm trying to remember who. But there's a sim in the save who swipes things. I think it's Hua. No, am I wrong? There's a sim who I thought it was funny if they're just like, oh, this is my pocket, and that's kind of the vibe. Is it is it Hua? It's a sim that I didn't like really flesh out the lore of, but I was like, oh, I'll come back to this sim. Hang on. Or was it one of the teenagers? Hang on. Maybe it was one of the teens. That's funny. Funny if true. It's not him. Yeah, because he's a landlord. It's not Tucker, wherever Tucker is. I don't think it's Hua, because Hua has like the wellness. Oh, she's klepto. Okay, yeah. So she is a klepto a little bit, but her klepto vibe is more like, oopsie, this is in my pocket. And then I thought that the oldest son, yeah, he has sticky fingers. So he also kind of steals some shit. Okay, so we do have some characters in the save who were doing shenanigans. Okay, so I don't know if I want to go that. I think maybe Cause this and then we have Hua, but she has like a personal fitness business. She is like a personal trainer. This is a teen. He's in the hockey team. This is a shoplifting town. I mean, so be it. Sometimes you're a shoplifting town. I don't know. I feel like I don't want to do that if I have a bunch of other Sims that also steal. I think that's dumb to have too much of that. But I do think that the town is like very judgmental of her family. Maybe it's not her dad. Maybe it's like a grandparent. So it's like even more ridiculous because it's kind of like, all right, like I'm so far removed from that person, and yet you still have this idea of like my family is like this way. I'm thinking thonking. Maybe switch the dynamics so something is stolen from her family. I don't know. I think I feel like the meme from It's Always Sunny with Charlie and all the red thread right now. Because there's all these different pieces and I feel like they come together and I'm trying to figure out how. This poor dad and his daughter in small town hell. Yeah, that's exactly like the vibe is like this poor family. Like it's so sad. Right. Yeah, I think it's one of the dad's parents was like a criminal. That sim can be a freaking another ghost in our town. He keeps a bad reputation. Because judgmental town. It could be, hear me out. Not even that he's like the grandfather was a criminal, but because the Bedros did some prohibition shenanigans and the Landrys did too, where they have the speakeasy, they were making wine in their cellar. Maybe either the grandparent like sold them out, or maybe the grandparent had like a competing business. Maybe the grandparent had a competing business and then the Bedros sold them out and their family is upset because they're like, this is like hypocritical. Hello, Cynic, welcome in. They're like, this is hypocritical. Like, you guys have an illegal alcohol operation too. And they're like, and all of the officials in the town turn a blind eye because the Bedros are like important to the town. And it's like corrupt. What if that's the situation? Oh, damn, the family member was a snitch. That's T. We could do snitch, or we could do competing business. Which do we like more? Those are the dots that I think I just connected in my brain. But I'm still struggling to connect in the Fire Watchtower. There has to be something there where we can make that nicely tie in of like why that's her spot and why maybe that has to do with some other things. Both. He could have snitched with his illegal alcohol operation that he's also doing. Okay. Does that timeline make sense? Prohibition. It might have to be a great grandparent. Let me think about ages here. Let me Google. I did all this research about the prohibition and I still don't have a grasp of how many like generations of people ago that was. Generations ago was I think it would have to be a great grandparent because if it's in the 20s, my great grandmother would have been just born. So it would have to at least be a great grandfather. Snitch for sure. If people hate snitches, maybe the Watchtower a plot for stashing prohibition products like bottles left over from long ago. Maybe this storyline would warrant a GTA playthrough. I'm gonna be honest. I should play GTA on this channel. That'd be so funny. GTA is one of my other favorite games. Maybe that's where her grandparents used to have their cops or something for the moonshine. And since they're a ghost, that's why she got a tarot. Okay. So it would be a great grandparent. That's annoying. Does that mean I have to make, for the family relationships, I have to make so many fucking Sims and so many ghosts? Okay, so then I would have to make the dad, the grandparents, and then their parents. Okay, snitch about alcohol operation. Love your hat. Did you make it? Cynic in chat made it. I think it's too much effort to go through for maybe go for recent crime. No, I like the lore too much. I'm committed to this bit. I am. If it's too much to make all these Sims, I can just tell it through like text in the town. I like the idea. And I could also just like not connect the family tree. I could pull some Sims team nonsense and I could not connect the family trees up. I could just make that great grandparent and then I could put their ghost in the graveyard and it has the same last name and like it's written in the lore, but it's not like connecting on the family tree. Or I can maybe figure out a way to like connect it. How it's very cute. I think the snitch and watchtower makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna go, but I'm glad I finally caught one of your lives. Goodbye, Robin. Thank you for being here. I'm not gonna be live too much longer. I have a hockey game to go to, so I do gotta get going within the next like hour or so. Okay. I fear that we have a lot written down and not a lot implemented in the game. So let's. So we figured out why she's ousted. It could be as simple as someone at the party says something to her and she's just like, God, I'm so sick of this. She goes to her watchtower to go vibe. Maybe she doesn't even read tarot. Maybe she just, that's where she goes to vibe. It's a lot of people's like secret hiding spot in this game, which I think is fun. I didn't know if someone has said it because I had the stream muted for a sec, but maybe they snitched because they had a rival illegal bar, but it was doing worse. That's what I was thinking, Robin. We could do that. We could also just have them be snitches. Okay. I'm writing down the illegal bar as an idea that I could maybe pursue, but I probably won't. And then itchy. I want to do a Halloween party, but I don't know that I have time to set that all up. How recent is her going missing? Maybe 1 year ago. That's theory Life is Strange. Isn't that the timeline of Life is Strange? Is that she, like, the missing sim went missing. Rachel went, like, missing, like, a year ago. 1 year ago, Lupe goes missing. Sorry, I'm having to write this all. At party, she then, maybe they're playing, like, a show, goes to Watchtower, gets turn werewolf, smile. Into Prohibition would be so interesting. Rachel Amber. Yeah. That's why Amber came to my brain. I was gonna say Amber, and then I was like, no, I'm thinking of a different Amber. And then it was like Rachel. Like, I think the competing businesses idea is really fun, but I also like the idea of one distant family member who believes so firmly in the Prohibition's aims, so sounds interesting. I think I could go either way with it. I've written both ways down. I could go either route, I think. When she goes missing, her dad's gonna be so devastated. You're making his life hell. I really am. This poor guy. Very PNW of you. It is. Life is Strange and Night in the Woods have similar plot lines. I kind of love they both had a play in my life. Oh my god, Life is Strange is a decade ago. Don't say that in my chat. You're not allowed to reference how old things are. Okay, wait. So if there's like a big Halloween party, is it at this bar? Let me evict you. Okay. She just has a grandfather who is really, really dry. Really pro-dry movement. Okay. I've made a bunch of work. I'm not gonna finish this in the next hour, but I want to do a party that all of the young adults have. Hopefully this is not an infinite save loading screen. All of the young adults have in this abandoned place, and they have like they play music and it's on Halloween. Okay. I'm a freaking genius. All right, sorry. But also that may be too much work. Yeah, I was thinking house party, but then I couldn't think of what the best location for said house party would be, and so I'm gonna do in this venue because that makes sense to me and I have more freedom here. Because it wouldn't be Monday's house, because Monday would not let that fly because of Carter. She'd be like, it's a school night, you don't get to throw a house party here. And I think that Harlow and them would have still lived at Sid and Shiloh's house. So it wouldn't be there, although I guess it could have been there. Because if she's worried, okay, so, God, my brain, what a stupid place to live in is my brain, which is just like idea after idea after idea and execution on none of them. Do we do the party here in the abandoned building, or do we do the party in what is right now Sid and Shiloh's house, but would have been Harlow Dillon's house? Which is, I'll show you. The White House next to the Red House on that one lot next to Lori's house. I think the abandoned place is really nice too, because it could have been this house. Because I imagine that the mom would have been at work, and then Okay. I think I like that idea of it being here. Because I think I do have Halloween photos of this house. Maybe it's that same Halloween. I'm connecting lore that I did a year ago to lore I'm doing today. Okay. Let's do this. Sorry, I'm spamming. No, you're fine. You're okay. Um, Are Sid and Shiloh the age of the band kids? They're older. They've graduated high school, but they wouldn't, or graduated college, sorry, but they wouldn't be in the town at the time. So at the time that this party took place, which is about a year before the save file begins, I needed to make a fucking timeline, I guess, for the save file release. Like Sid and Shiloh are new to town, like moved in within the last like 6 months. Before that, like about a year ago, these Sims that live here in this, Harlow and Rune, and then also their mom, Colleen, lived in this house. Pre Colleen marrying Rich, getting them the apartment, moving in with a new Boudreaux member. It cuts distance to her disappearing into the woods. I would do that, except for that lot is so small that I worry about how that would fit, but we could do that. So we could do the party here at... Wait, I'm remembering this now. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm gonna have to make like a written document explaining all the lore of the town. What I'm actually gonna do, I'll do a written document, but I have on my like Kanban board on my wall my own save file iceberg explained. I'm going to make an iceberg of lore for my save file, and then I'm going to explain it to you all. And that's going to be like my deep dive into the lore of the save after like post-release of it, so that you all can get like a deep dive on like literally all of the lore in the town. Anyways. Okay. I think I like the house party being here. Would be appreciated. No, we're gonna do it. The lore will make sense, I promise. It's just a matter of like putting it together in the right way, and then I think the little pieces that you will uncover will make sense. You just have to uncover them. Okay. They have like a young adult sister in this family, don't they? Isn't this Sim, or is this Sim a teen? I think the Sim is technically a teen, but I think she's a much older teen. Like, I think she's in the friend group with them, perhaps. So I'm gonna have her come along to the party. I'm gonna have to double check that and make sure that this all works out. Cause, okay, yeah. We're doing that. We're adding her in. Would Saoirse show up to this party? It feels a little bit like Saoirse wouldn't. She's like, I'm good. I'm good at home. Saoirse also, I feel like, is a little bit older than the rest of these Sims, but maybe she would show up. Maybe if like Leo was there. I think she would. I think it's an excuse for her and Leo to talk. Okay, wait. Where did they go? They're there. Okay, Saoirse's there. She's probably a bit old for it all, but I think that her and Leo both go. I have like a section of young adults who are like older feeling and a section of young adults who are younger feeling, and I need to, yeah, I need to make a freaking explanatory graph of it all. Okay, hello? Am I just scrolling past? What the heck? Okay, what? Willow Creek. Or are they not in World? Hang on. They're not in World, duh. She's like Shiloh and Sage is right. I remember you saying this two had a crush on her previously. Yes. I think that she is their age. So she's a bit older. So maybe it's cringe for her to be at this party. Wait a second. Cause yeah. Because Sid and Shiloh are old enough that they went to college and came back. So Sid and Shiloh are about 23, 24 age range. Which makes Saoirse 23, 24-ish, which makes Leo like 23, 24-ish. Canonically, in my head, Birdie is like 19 at the time of the party, so he'd be 20 present day. This is pre-graduation though, so it would have been a few years ago, so in my head, at the time that these photos are being taken, hang on. Saoirse would be like 22, max. Because at this point, Sid and Shiloh are away in college. So, but probably more like 21, honestly. I graduated when I was like 22. Okay. Saoirse and Leo were both 21. Birdie is 19. Lupe is 20. Harlow and Lori are definitely both only 18. They act immature as freak. So yeah, Saoirse and Leo are probably a bit old to be at this party, I'll be honest. But I think I'm gonna put them there just for the sake of having Sims in the background. I probably won't do like active lore with them there, because like I said, it is kind of a funny thing. And then I think Rune is gonna be there, but that's more so literally because Rune lives there. So there is gonna be a teen at the party, but I think she's gonna be like, or they're gonna be in the room like reading. They're like, I don't want anything to do with this as long as I don't get in trouble, kind of vibe. There's a mod you can add since ages as a trait. Have you tried it? Yeah, I haven't. Maybe I should do that. I'm like mapping it all out. I think it's more like a vibes thing. I don't think that it really is necessarily gonna matter that much for the game. Hope that doesn't mess everything up. Oh well, I did another save of this anyways. I'm just trying to get a vibe of like friend groups mainly, and that's what the purpose of doing the ages for me is. I don't think it's gonna super matter in the actual game itself. Oh yeah, and then a Lori. Okay. That's enough people to do like a party, probably. I have some like deco sims too we can use to kind of fill some space. Okay. I think that's all my sims who are in that one kind of age group. So What's wrong with me? Why is this always how everything ends up? If you wanted to like behind the scenes of how I come up with lore, obviously this has very much been the help with you all, or with the help of you all, but this is very much how I do it. It kind of comes together a bit strangely. Okay. So, party. And the reason that I'm not as concerned about decorating this is I have a version of this living room already, and we only really need one room for photos, to BH. So, I can delete that whole section. And in the gallery, I have a version of this living room. Or at least I should have a version of this living room. It should be like right in here. Uh-oh. I have a version of their kitchen. That's the old living room. Did I never do like the outdated one? Uh-oh. Girl, why would you do that? Okay, wait. I guess I also need to download this room. Okay. Finish Isla's living so that I have it. And then I can just delete. And then I have a video on my channel. How are we doing, everybody? What is going on with everyone? I hope that we're all having a good Halloween. Okay. I'm gonna deep dive into my own lore. Ooh, I used to look like this. Okay. That's not the correct video. His name's Living Room. It was the current one though. Halloween, yay. Yippee Halloween. I kind of miss this haircut a little bit, I'll be honest. Just a bit. Okay. Why didn't I save that? Oh no, that sucks. Okay, wait. I'm gonna look again. Song said it was in there, so I'm gonna look for it. I have the long living room, the speakeasy, hallway, kitchen, room, living. This is the new one. There was one towards the end that seemed like the older one. Help. Why did I call it help? Studio, living room. That's the new one still. I fear that I'm kicking myself. And I think now we are getting it into me having a Sims channel. We are indeed. Okay, so all that's my old stuff since before the save file even was an idea in my brain. All right, well, at least I have like a reference. I can just copy this probably fairly easy. Oh dang, it's okay. It's, you know, curse previous me for not thinking of present me ever at any point in all of this. But yeah, Halloween's good. Do you have any Halloween plans, Cynic? How about anybody else? We got Halloween plans today. I am going to a hockey game, as I've said. Ooh, this is gonna be painful. Building on a residential rental lot is painful. Wow, okay. Jeez Louise. I'm just referencing my old build, and I think we'll be able to figure it out from there. So it was like a winged llama set, like nostalgic. I'm going to a friend's place to hand out candy. That's fun. Why don't you filter by rooms? It's not in there. I looked. It's not in there. No amount of me filtering is gonna find it because I didn't save it. Because I know myself, and I would have thought to myself, I have no reason to save this, and I wouldn't have saved it. It's okay. I can get us, like, I have a photo of it up from my video. I think I'll be able to replicate it, like, pretty decently well, to be honest. I'm gonna make cheap Halloween paper and bake cookies. Cookies is a good idea. I was thinking about that. I do also really, really want to make cookies. What kind are you gonna make? Just like chocolate chip or like a different kind? Sorry, I'm trying to lock in and just get this done in time. I'm running out of time. No clue, we'll figure that out later. Real. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay? I didn't mean to spook you awake. Yeah, I have to, figure out my outfit. I I have like white pants, which goes with the costume, but I'm on my period. So I'm like, maybe that's not a great idea. Um, so we'll see what I end up wearing to the game. I think I might just be really brave about it and just do it because what the hell? Why not? What the hell? And I have a white coat too, so I'm gonna be in like all white, which is certainly a choice. Certainly a choice. I want that pillow. It's like a kid's. I know what that's from. That's from like the kids kit. The one where they're like outside. So has it really been like that, like drama-y in the Sims community? I find that crazy that people were so worried about me talking about the sale because I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but I guess it's been intense, huh? That's crazy because I don't care about Sims drama. I really don't. Costume and blood for good measure. I'm red and white. It works. It do be working. I'm a mushroom. It's a bad joke. It'll be okay. I'm gonna wear long underwear, so I should be fine, right? That's a lot of layers. I'm sitting here waiting for it to load. I just need to ignore the thing. I don't even know what was going on with that. I don't know. I was talking about it earlier, and people in chat were like worried for me, basically, and I was like, "What? Why are we concerned?" I don't really understand how that could be drama, but whatever. I don't engage with the community at all outside this YouTube channel. Same song. I really don't. I'll see stuff on occasion and I'll be like, that's crazy. And that's about it. I was about to type that song. Yeah, I don't really. I think that the Sims community in a lot of ways is really cool, and I think the Sims community in a lot of ways is really not cool. And it just depends on what part of the community we're kind of talking about. Watch content creators won't interact with fans. Yeah, I'm not the type to do that with Sims content. I'm just really not. Sims community drama is so interesting to hear about secondhand. It really is intense. Like, there is a whole niche of the Sims community that is just Sims drama. It's like a really big, kind of thriving entire section of the community. I forget how big the Sims community really is because it's a very big community and it's very easy to forget about that because it feels like this niche little thing when I, have real life conversations with people and I tell them about, this channel, which I try. I avoid telling real life people about my YouTube channel at all costs, which has made it very awkward because people will be like, well, what do you like do? And I'll be like, oh, like I work at a store. They're like, well, what else do you do? And I'm like, nothing. Nothing else. I don't do anything else with my free time. The idea of real life people like looking me up and watching my channel makes me feel nauseous sick. Like I hate the idea of that so bad. I've told a couple of people like vaguely. Like I recently told someone I went to college with about my channel and then I was like, I had this moment to myself where I was like, I really hope she doesn't look me up. I really hope she doesn't look me up. I really hope she doesn't look me up. But in general, like if I talk about like, oh yeah, I met my partner through The Sims or like whatever, it's like people react like it's this really niche thing, and then it's easy to forget that it's like a very big community. Like it was one of the biggest communities on Tumblr for the longest time. The biggest Patreon creator is at one point recently was a Sims 4 modder. Like, I think it was not even a modder. I think it was a custom content creator. So I think it's super easy for people to forget that we're a giant community. And then that makes the drama feel like really bad because it's like, oh, like we're this community, but then it's so infiltrated with drama. But then once things are big like that, that's kind of how it goes. I'm trying to kind of copy what I did and I can't find the exact right stuff. So I'm just going to fill it in with shit that's like similar vibes. We're going to call it a day. Every fall, like werewolf situation, from my experience, seasonal. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't love the use of that word, but I think that there is something to be said about like a collective kind of thing where all at once everybody gets really wrapped up into drama. I don't think it's necessarily seasonal. I just think that once it starts to happen, it's hard to be out of. Like I've been kind of witness to some, and calling it like calling it drama is like depending on what we're talking about, appropriate or not appropriate, right? Like there's certain things that get called drama on the internet that are like not drama. But like streamer spaces, like if you've been in that like fandom at all on Twitch, it's been nuts the last like month and a half, and it's only getting like more nuts. And I think that there's this thing that does happen where people see something and it makes them upset, and there's like it triggers this like dopamine thing in your head, and you're just like get caught in this loop where you just keep engaging and engaging and engaging. And I don't say that as a judgmental space. Like I've totally recognized myself being like that kind of thing too, where like I can't stop scrolling Twitter, even though I'm like really upset about everything I'm looking at. I'm like still sitting there and I'm still scrolling. I'm looking for this fan. Wonder if I can. I think it's in the nostalgic pack too. Here it is. I don't know. Sorry, I feel like every single time I come on this channel, I have some like conversation about freaking stuff and things. And it's probably tiring, but I feel like this table is really big compared to the table I'm looking at. Is there a smaller one? I feel like there has to be. There's like an end table version now. Here it is. Perfect. Oh. Oh. That made me nervous. Don't be sorry, silly. Yeah, I appreciate that. Because I do feel like I always talk about some like heavier nonsense or something. But yeah, I appreciate you talking with us a lot. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I don't know. It's how do I articulate what I want to say? You're my newspaper on this, so I welcome the talk. Yeah, this, and what's so funny is I shouldn't be your newspaper because I am really not in the loop either. Like, I'm a little bit more in the loop, obviously, than you, but like, not at all. Like I said, I was talking about the sale, which, if you don't know, Cynic, The Sims 4 was sold to like a private, I don't even know, is it a private company? It's to Saudi Arabia, but I'm confused. A public investment fund, a PIF, a private equity firm. And as I said earlier, I have not done a lot of research about this private equity firm or what that necessarily means, but it is kind of an unprecedented sale in gaming. To my understanding, like nothing like this has ever happened before. It's kind of concerning because it's like, what does this mean for the franchise? Blah, blah, blah. And a lot of big simmers in the space stepped out of the EA creator network. So they basically had like affiliates uh with EA where they could have like an affiliate code so they could make commission off the game and they could get stuff interest like early. And they would make a lot of videos on it. And it's a really great marketing scheme for EA that I've kind of talked about how I don't like and have long time really not liked the creator network. There's a reason why I don't have a creator code. There's a reason why I'm not in the network. I could be in the network and I'm not, and that is on purpose. It's an intentional decision that I made. But yeah, people are worried about this sale. And I think like kind of rightfully so, because it's a private sale that's very unprecedented. There's this idea that perhaps this is gonna impact like the progressiveness of the game. And I do worry about that. But like I said, I haven't done a lot of research about the is not also being bought by a guy in the Trump family. Well, I think they have connections, don't they? There's like Kushner's company in it, the son-in-law of Donald Trump or something. Yeah, yeah. It's a very conservative group who has bought the game. I will say that. Like, I do know that for pretty certain. That it's a very conservative group, and I do understand people's worries in that way. And even though I haven't researched it a ton, I think, like I said earlier, I think it's a cool decision the Game Changers made to all kind of step away at the same time. I think that that level of organization for them to say, kind of make a stand like this against it is really cool. Because we've not had that in this space where the biggest players in the space are kind of standing up for against something to do with this EA franchise. So I think that's awesome. My game is running so slow. I want like the keg stand is what I want. Hello, keg stand. My game. And I think I didn't say this earlier. I do find the like Sims Teams' response to be hilarious. What's it called? It's not called a keg stand. A keg is what it's called. I do think it's funny that all these like game changers were like, we are stepping away, and then EA like Sims team, which I'm certain that they are not allowed to say more, right? Like I'm certain that to be a fly on the wall of like the actual people in the office would be very fascinating, because I am certain that they also have thoughts and feelings about the sale of the company they work for, right? Like I'm under no illusion that the Sims team is like pro whatever EA is deciding to do at any moment. In fact, I'm fairly certain that a lot of them are very critical. But I do find it funny that the statement they released was basically just like not addressing the elephant in the room whatsoever, and was basically just like, we're always going to be inclusive and great, and also we're going to fix the game. And it's like, oh, so this is what it took for the game to get fixed, although it's not getting fixed. I guarantee you that it's going to be the same level of broken as it kind of always has been. Okay, I want Halloween decorations now. So, we'll see. I think, like, I would be really surprised if there were actual changes to the game, like, to make it more or less, like, woke. You know, not to, like, use that word in, like, kind of a facetious way, but, like, I don't think that that's going to happen. I'd be very surprised. And if I'm wrong, then I will eat my words for sure. And I'm not saying that like in defense of the company who bought it. I'm just saying that I just think that that would be like a crazy move for them to make financially. Like it just wouldn't make sense for them to remove stuff out of the game. Like I think that that would be crazy. Doesn't it bother you that one half of the Big Sims relationship hasn't stepped away? Are you asking me about like drama between like Sims creators? Respectfully, I don't think that that is, first of all, my place to speculate on. Second of all, a bit parasocial, I think, to like get invested in. Certainly, you can have feelings about certain people staying in the network and other people leaving or whatever, but um, I don't know if it's a good idea to be like one of them in the relationship did and one of them in the relationship didn't. I feel like that's, I don't know. In a territory of speculating, I think. I think I will say a lot of Sims creators, I have not been in the Game Changer program, and that's for a reason. And there are business practices that EA has been doing before this sale that I have not agreed with, that have made me not a part of the situation in that way. So in that regard, certainly I just have different like expectations, I guess, of what I want for this company than some other people do. I don't know if that makes sense at all. I'm trying to word it all without naming any names, because I think that this community has a thing where like we love to like shit on certain creators, and I don't fuck with it, because they're not like, I don't know, it's not actually in my opinion, a very productive way to go about it. I think it's better to call out like the company as a whole and be like, these are the practices that I don't like, and like I don't like that the, you know, early access program is like used basically to just like sell the game endlessly even though it's broken. Like I don't like that, and I have not liked that for a really long time. And I think that all of the creators that were kind of part of that and upheld that just had different opinions on it than I did. Like there are game like people, big simmers who like genuinely like really like The Sims 4. And I don't necessarily think that that's selling out. I just think that they just have different things they like about the game. If you're mainly a builder, you're gonna love this game. If you want the gameplay mainly, then you might like it less. Or if you prefer like games that are maybe a bit easier where you have a lot more control. Like I think that this game is way better than some of the other Sims games because like there's a level of randomness in The Sims 2 and The Sims 3 that if you're somebody who really values like being able to kind of micromanage your Sims, you're obviously going to prefer The Sims 4. So I also try not to like uh assume that other people's opinions of the game are the exact same as mine because they just aren't. Because the things that I want in the game are kind of different than what other people want. And I think that that's probably the case for a lot of people, that everyone's kind of individual and the things that certain people want are just different from what other people want in the game. Like I would be really sad if they got rid of swatches and just did like a color wheel. But that's an unpopular opinion. Like people would be really excited for that, but I really love the swatches. I just wish the swatches were maybe more like Sims 2, where like the wood tones are separate from the textiles. Did what I just say make any sense? Do we follow? I know it's not a very clear-cut answer. I'm being kind of vague with what I'm saying. I can try and articulate it differently if we need. I did social media years ago, so I got news and stuff. I feel like an isolated monk finding out about COVID. Fingers crossed this still just means we're gonna get some cool. Yeah, that would be awesome, right? Fingers crossed they just sell Maxis. I don't know. That's the other thing is like they could just sell it off like again like that. My understanding from what I have secondhand heard, so like I said, don't quote me on this, I haven't done a lot of like deep dive research, so I'm definitely not like a person you should look to as like a voice of authority on this sale. I have been seeing people talk about this sale as not necessarily a finalized thing, but as something where you know, more, they might get split up and sold in different ways to different people still. And so I also think that we maybe shouldn't like panic and be like, this is the end of The Sims. I think it's a smart idea to like diversify content for YouTubers and stuff and like kind of start that process now. And like I said earlier, I also think that it's really like a very scary cause for creators to embark in because YouTube really punishes you when you do different stuff. And we are not in like a climate where it's like super easy to just go get a job. It's really not. Like the unemployment rate is like crazy and there's just mass layoffs everywhere. And so to be a content creator and making that decision is like, I assume, a very scary one. Even for me, making decisions about like what, like I'm gonna try and upload this video and if it doesn't do well, it doesn't impact me because I have a different job. But then my different job is cutting my hours and then it's this whole thing where it's like, okay, well, I'm broke right now. You know what I mean? So I think that's also something to kind of keep in mind when we're seeing certain creators make certain decisions. It might be a decision that you morally don't agree with, and I think that that's fine. And it's, you know, good to stand on your morals and know where your morals stand. And also, I think that there is a certain level of empathy you can have with certain decisions. Obviously, I'm not saying that blanket statement because there's certain things that like I think are morally like not good and corrupt, but I think there's kind of a scale there of maybe being able to understand why somebody is not rushing to say something right away because they want to see how it plays out. But again, I have never been a part of the Game Changer program, so I don't know. I also don't know what happens behind closed doors. Maybe there's conversations that are happening privately to these people that none of us know about, right? Like maybe they're being told things about, oh, it's actually going to be like this, and maybe they're being promised certain things that we don't know about, right? Like maybe they're being promised that it's not going to be a big deal and it's going to be okay. So who knows? I feel like the stakes are pretty low too, because in the end it's just a game. That is also kind of how I feel, is like there's way more important things to be really concerned about in this world. Really concerned. Like really, really important things. Like, I don't know. I implore you all to donate to your local food bank if you have the funds to do so. Money donations are really great because food banks have a lot more buying power. So if you donate money, they're able to buy a lot more with that money than you would with your money. So it's way more cost effective for them, for you to donate directly instead of, going to the store yourself, buying stuff and donating that. Just whatever you have. And, feed your neighbors. I'll say that. And I think that a lot of that stuff is a lot more important than what's going on in the Sims world. Although I will say that you can care about two things at once. You really can. And I understand why people are upset, because this game is very important to a lot of people. It's very important to me, right? I met my partner through this game. I've been playing this game for 10 years. I've been a part of the Sims community for even like 15. So, oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. I would look into that. I donated to like my really local one. And apparently the statistic I heard, so don't quote me on this, I just like saw this on Twitter, so this might be misinfo, was that generally $10 of money is like $30 of buying power for a food bank. I don't know if that's blanket statement true, but that's what I saw. So you don't want to be a spokesperson for an entire community, especially when you have opinions that aren't really popular and you yourself don't really engage with the community much either. Yeah, that too. Exactly. I have my own opinions, but who knows what people like bigger in the community are saying or thinking or being told, or, in the end, I feel like it would be a big loss of profit if they changed the diversity. Yes, exactly. I doubt that is going to happen just because it would alienate such a large part of the fan base. It just would not make sense monetarily for them to do that. It will be on the sports games. Yes, their focus is absolutely going to be on the sports aspect of it, because that is the Sims, respectfully, like I wish it wasn't this way, is like just not really EA's favorite child. It's just not. Like, if we're just gonna be honest about it, like unfortunately we're kind of the ignored younger sibling here. To be honest, we as a community, we're biased to think otherwise, but the Sims franchise is not that big of a priority. Yes, that's literally exactly what I was just saying, Blue. I didn't even read your message and I was saying that. This is just how I found out how much money EA Sports makes. Yes. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I am 24. Off point, but I wholly hate this suit. It looks so funky. Why are the pants so high? I think it's because it's for an old man. I put this on him because I was trying to come up with a Halloween costume. Although I don't know why it's his formal wear. Hang on. I just messed everything up. I was trying to come up with like a funny... I feel like Lori would dress really unserious for Halloween. Like he'd have like a stupid Halloween costume. Like he's going to dress like an old guy. And it's like, this isn't really funny, but okay. It's just like Lori's personality, I feel like. Sorry, I've just been talking and not explaining anything I'm doing. I'm trying to make Halloween costumes for everybody right now. Or maybe he'd have one of those stupid shirts. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a shirt, and then it's got like a design on it, and that's his costume. I've never seen pants that high before. Okay, can I sort by like... content pack, sorry. Spooky stuff. Didn't mean that in a critical way. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I think they're this close to becoming suspenders. Okay, wait. Really? There's nothing? Nothing? Damn. The t-shirt with the tux on it? Exactly. That's exactly the vibe I'm looking for. I feel really old now, almost 32 and 2.5 kids. Meaning a bonus kiddo too. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm 24. But I've been here a while. I've been in the Sims community since I started making custom content when I was 14, I want to say. But I was in the community a while before that, so maybe even longer. I must have started making custom content when I was 15. Because I was in my freshman year of high school, which would have been 14/15. And then I was in the community for a couple years before that. So I guess I've been in the community for like 13 years. But then I started watching Sims YouTube in like 5th grade. I was a baby. I was watching like Queen. I would come home from school every day and I'd eat a spoon of peanut butter and watch Queen play University, Sims 3 University. And I was so sad because we didn't have a computer, so I couldn't play The Sims. And so I would just watch people play The Sims on YouTube, which is also, for the record, why I care so much about Sims YouTube and like this space, because it was really important to me as a kid. Okay. Oh my god, what if he wears like this? Okay, wait. This is like not a costume at all, but he's like a chef. He's like, oh, I'm a chef for Halloween. This is my chef costume. This is something he would do. Okay. I hate him. I hate this sim. Okay. We're not gonna get to the party because I'm gonna actually go offline here in just a little bit. Sorry. Ugh, that one like made my eyes water. What the hell? You know when you cough and it's like really like a lot? Okay. It doesn't even match. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. I love it. Okay. I also, would you guys, since I'm gonna be finishing this lore off stream, obviously, because Halloween's gonna be over, would you guys want this to be something that I record and maybe upload, not on my channel, but like I'm going to be launching like a Patreon that's free. It's gonna be a free Patreon, but it's gonna have like bonus content on there that I don't like think is like YouTube content, but is like other content. I could record the rest of me doing this, and then eventually it'll go one day on the Mystical Patreon when I eventually finish all the videos that I have that I'm working on. Or you just not care because it's not Halloween anymore and you don't gaff. Let me know. Because if you don't gaff, I won't bother. But if you do gaff, I will try my best to work on it. Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay. Let me put a pirate hat on him. Pirate hat. Lore is lore. I give a gaff post Halloween. Don't worry about it. I do gaff. Okay, I'll post it there, and I'll let you guys know whenever I'm done with that endeavor. Like I said earlier, I have like 5 videos that I'm working on, and then I just stopped working on all of them because I got overwhelmed. This is quintessential me at this point. I'm just not a very consistent YouTuber, and I just have to accept that I'm not built that way. So it is what it is. One day. My goal is to upload consistently through the holidays. I think that would be fun. So I'm gonna try. Book time next year. I know that's something you talked about. Yes, I really want to song. The book club's gonna be up as soon as I get the Patreon up. I wanted to finish 3 videos for the Patreon before, so that people could join the Patreon and have 3 videos to watch. And so I have, like, I've set up an entire gameplay save for that, and I just have to record the first episode there. So I set everything up. I did all the builds. I did all the Sims. It's like a city kind of Friends, How I Met Your Mother-esque like Let's Play with the Love You All, Dear You Always challenge that I'm gonna do on the Patreon, and then I'm gonna do a lore video over there. And then I'm gonna do some non-Sims related thing to upload over there. Especially because everyone's pivoting, and I'm gonna take this as an opportunity to pivot with them, because I've been wanting to pivot. And so if everyone's pivoting, then I can pivot and maybe the YouTube algorithm will punish me less. And so I'll also extend that to the Patreon because, yeah. For one of them, I don't know who would wear that. Harlow wouldn't. Maybe Leo would. That's a Leo costume. Oh, maybe Saoirse can be Wednesday Addams because she normally dresses like the pink one. I don't know. I never watched Addams Family. I know that's kind of like a crazy thing to say, but I haven't. So. Okay, wait. Packs. I like how all the men are dressing like this. That's crazy of them. That's hilarious. Okay. He's giant ass feet. Okay. Go off. Or maybe Harlow is Wednesday. Yeah, she can be Wednesday. And I don't know, Song, if you read Bunny. I haven't been reading anything. I've been only reading nonfiction because it's the only thing that holds my attention is like the nonfiction stuff I've been reading. And I'm not even tracking any of that because I'm not even like reading it like front to back. I'm like skipping to chapters that I find interesting and stuff like that. So if you do still want to read that, I'm down, but I completely understand if you went ahead and read it without me because I didn't read it and didn't pick it up. And I just knew I have like a couple books over here that I really want to read. And I have from the library and I need to read first. And then I was like, well, I should read these before I read Bunny and blah, 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 blah. So if you still want to do that, I still haven't read it. I'm not sure about like a time frame, but I'm still down to do a buddy read, is what I'm meaning to say. Everything I know about the Addams Family through cultural osmosis, exactly, Song. It's Mean Girl, but backwards. Halloween is the one time a year a girl can dress like a slut. Yeah. It is Mean Girls, but backwards. Okay, wait. Absolutely. Okay, awesome. Is this Wednesday Addams enough? I don't really, admittedly, know what she wears. I know she wears black. It's like a black dress with like a collar in the show. And it's all just gonna be the show. Do we have something like that in the game? Certainly, at least I have custom content that's like that. Sorry, there was a weird noise and it was my cat. His little bell. Okay, no way. I definitely have. Okay, there we go. Although, I don't like how long that skirt is. Can we go for more like this? Is this giving Wednesday Addams? This is. Okay, we'll do this. I think Life and Death would have some really good options. I think we're gonna go for this guy. This costume. She's Wednesday. Lucy's a fairy. Birdie's a crow. Lupe is death, but very lazy. Lori Long is a chef. Leo is a lifeguard. Saoirse would do something like over the top. After I finish her, I'm gonna leave you all. Just FYI, just so we're all prepared. In fact, I might don't know how to dress her up. I don't like that one. Well, why'd I click on that? Hello? Oh, I think I was trying to click on the maid one, but then it was too... I mean, she could be a maid. This costume is kind of cute. It's really cute on her, actually, the pink. I like it. I like it. We're gonna go for it. Okay. That's her costume. That's everyone's costumes done. Yippee hooray. Anyways, thank you all for being here with me on Halloween. It did get dark in here. Sorry, I didn't adjust this guy. She may be a magical girl character. Ooh, she could be like Sailor Moon or something. I think she really would. Okay, that's a great idea. Maybe I'll see if I can find anything that is like Maxis Match in that realm. Let me also save this. So I'm gonna leave. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on this Halloween. I really appreciate it. I love Halloween. It's like my favorite holiday. And I love to stream. So I was happy to be here and happy to wear my mushroom costume. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here, Cynic. I don't know when I'm gonna be live next. I don't know when I'm gonna upload next. I don't know. I'm gonna try and stream more though, because I do really like it. So, usually it'll probably be like Mondays or Fridays though. Just if anyone is curious during the day, and then maybe like random nights, perhaps. But everyone have a good Halloween and try and stay in good spirits. I know it's difficult out there, and yeah, they want you tired, they want you overwhelmed. So take time to yourself to breathe. You know, you need to do that. It's good for you. It's good for everyone. Have a good one.